Chapter 561. The old beggar looked at the dumbfounded Su Qing, and could not help but sigh. Among the disciples, the one he had the most affection for was Su Qing. He sighed faintly. Why didn't you listen to me back then? He could not get an answer. Su Qing was suppressed by the tree and no longer went berserk. But if he left the tree's coverage, he would return to his original crazed state. The old beggar sat beside him and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I will save you and restore your fearless spirit." Su Qing seemed to understand, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Night fell. Zhou Xuanji sat on the top of the mountain and stroked great brilliant sky, which looked incredibly spirited. Strands of silver-white aura wrapped around the blade. Fate manifestation. After decades of working together and promoting the sword's way, the fate of Emperor Sword Court's 20 million disciples was still fused with him. If he thrived, Emperor Sword Court thrived. If he died, Emperor Sword Court declined. If he thrived, they would all prosper. How should I use fate? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself. The heavenly saints fighting for fate was definitely not a joke. Old ancestor Hongshi must have a motive for giving him this mission. But all these years, he had been paying attention but could not see through it. Zhou Xiaoxian leaped onto the mountaintop suddenly. She came up to him and giggled. "Father, are we going to stay here and not leave?" Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "Let's rest for a while and decide later." There were still 900 years, until the All-Heavens Dao Feast. He needed to nurture Emperor Sword Court's power. Zhou Xiaoxian walked up to him, and massaged his shoulders. "Father, can I discuss something with you?" she asked with a smile. Her face was filled with a smile like a weasel's. "No." Zhou Xuanji rejected without hesitation. Zhou Xiaoxuan's face fell, and immediately squeezed his shoulders. No matter how hard she squeezed, she could not hurt him. Instead, she felt pain in her fingers. She stood up and crossed her arms in front of her chest. "You will regret it." She snorted. Zhou Xuanji ignored her. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Was she really his biological daughter? She bit her lip and said, "Recently, I've been hearing a voice. It's vague and illusory. He's guiding me to fly up, to keep flying, and not to stop. Say, do you think I'll be like Aunt Xian, some kind of heavenly demon lord or something?" Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji got up and looked at her as he asked, "When did it begin?" His gaze locked onto her eyes, and discovered that the depths of her pupils had already turned purple. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. A long time ago, he realized that Zhou Xiaoxian was not as simple as she seemed. She had perfectly inherited his bloodline from back then, and had even surpassed him. It was just that she didn't have many fortuitous encounters, which prevented her cultivation from soaring. Seeing him so serious, Zhou Xiaoxian became excited and said, "Probably after you picked up Aunt Xian. Is this some kind of summoning?" She also wanted to be as powerful as Xian Xianghua, to rule over a realm, and be as mighty as she could be. Just thinking about it made him happy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He instinctively thought of the primordial ancestor and his enemies. Or else, how could he be so powerful? He muttered, "Come with me to a place. Tell Jingheng to take charge of the situation. We will be back soon." Qiuhu was already loyal to him. With Qiuhu around, nothing would happen to Emperor Sword Court. Okay. Zhou Xiaoxian went to inform Xiao Jingheng excitedly. Soon, the father and daughter disappeared into the night sky. The sky had just brightened. The first ray of sunlight shone on the temple, and the flowers and grasses around the temple stood up visibly. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the temple with Zhou Xiaoxian. "Senior, can you divine my daughter's fate?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xiaoxuan's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Who is this senior? She had seen Zhou Xuanji's revered teacher, the old beggar. That guy was a frivolous old man who ignored her. This senior should be even more powerful. It was her first time seeing Zhou Xuanji so respectful to someone. A while later, the old immortal's voice came. He sighed and said, "Zhou Xuanji, where did you come from? Why is your daughter like this?" "Sigh." "Like what?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xiaoxian heard him, and became anxious immediately. He wouldn't have bad luck, would he? It's hard to say. Even I can't fully understand it. But I can tell you one thing. Your daughter contains some kind of powerful energy. Once awakened, her power will be unimaginable. The old immortal said faintly. With this, Zhou Xiaoxian became excited immediately. As expected. Do I have an identity like the heavenly law demon lord? She asked quickly. She looked at Zhou Xuanji proudly, as though she was about to be complimented. Zhou Xuanji was amused. Why did this girl not grow up? She was so childish. The door opened, and the old immortal walked out slowly. He stared at Zhou Xiaoxian and sighed. You are more powerful than the heavenly law demon lord. But it's hard to say whether this power is good or bad. Logically speaking, you should not have such power. He glanced at Zhou Xuanji with a strange expression and said, Don't tell me that you father and daughter have a background that surpasses the heavenly law. Surpasses the heavenly law. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes slightly, and Zhou Xiaoxian almost jumped up. I'm so powerful. She almost burst out laughing, but she held it in. The old immortal instructed, Take good care of her. Once she's discovered by someone, they might rob her. Zhou Xiaoxuan's smile froze immediately. Zhou Xuanji nodded and looked at Zhou Xiaoxian. If you don't want to die, listen to me. Understand? Swoosh! A shooting star streaked across the sky and disappeared into the horizon. The old immortal turned around and said, Your revered teacher is crazy. He will kill himself sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji was confused by his sudden change of topic. What do you mean? He asked. The old immortal began telling a story. It was a story about the old beggar and Su Qing. A long time ago, he and the old beggar helped the heavenly law to be born quickly, and they almost died because of it. The two of them landed on the first piece of land, separated by worlds. The old beggar was saved by two living beings, who fed him with heavenly spirit water every day. Day after day, year after year. After 3,000 years, the old beggar finally woke up. He was deeply moved, so he took the two living beings as his disciples, and helped them transform. Afterward, the two living beings became the most powerful beings under the heavenly law. Because of their arrogance, they were attacked by all living beings in the world, and they both died. The old beggar used up his cultivation to collect their broken souls. After reincarnation was established, and the netherworld appeared, he allowed them to reincarnate. One of them was the northern nethersword devil Su Qing. Zhou Xuanji said with narrowed eyes. No wonder he would risk his life for Su Qing. Even the old beggar did not save Di Guanlong like this. The old immortal sighed and said, He fell too deeply in love. I'm afraid that he will not have a good ending. Chapter 562. It would not end well. Zhou Xuanji slightly frowned. After all, the old beggar was his teacher and had taught him many things. He did not want anything bad to happen to this old fellow. The old immortal saw through his worries and said with a smile, No matter who it is, they have to be responsible for their own choices. You don't have to worry about him, he won't die for now. Your task is to work hard to make yourself stronger. When you are strong enough, everything will be under your control. But if you are not strong enough, you can only be controlled by fate. Being powerless will make you regret it forever. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He understood this too. He asked, Although I've reached Universe Heaven Tier 16, I won't be able to break through again in a short period of time. Can you point me in the right direction? Although he could already move unhindered below the heavenly saint realm, he still felt that he had to work harder. Otherwise, how could they face the primordial ancestors' enemies? If one day, he or Xian Xianghua accidentally used the power of their eyes, it would be bad. The old immortal said leisurely, It's still the same saying. Haste makes waste. Continue what you did before. After saying this, he walked past Zhou Xuanji and his daughter and down the mountain. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself, should he continue to kill enemies and absorb magic energy? Or should he continue to promote the way of the sword? Zhou Xiaoxian curiously looked into the Taoist temple. She found that there was nothing in the temple except a praying mat. He was indeed worthy of being called a Taoist expert. He truly had a pure heart and few desires. After that, Zhou Xuanji left with her. After they left, the old immortal walked down the hill slowly. His eyes were calm as he said softly, Everything has karma. Our karma is interfering with the evolution of the heavenly Tao. Sooner or later, there will be a tribulation. After returning to Emperor Sword Court, Zhou Xiaoxian returned to her room and started to cultivate in high spirits. Zhou Xuanji came to the highest mountain peak and continued to think about fate. As soon as he took out Dayo, the black hole exquisite lion jumped onto it. It laughed excitedly and said, "Master, I found a cave abode nearby. It's thousands of feet underground, and there's a powerful restriction inside that I can't break through. Do you want to go and take a look?" Zhou Xuanji said indifferently, "Can't you find someone else?" There were so many cave abodes in the world, but there weren't many that could catch his eye. The black hole exquisite lion replied, "This cave abode is not simple. I can smell the fate. Although it is very weak, I can feel it. It was formed from the karmic luck of the heavenly Tao, so it was extremely sensitive to karmic luck." Zhou Xuanji heard him and was immediately interested. He got up and let it lead the way. Emperor Sword Court's 20 million disciples occupied the nearby mountain range. Looking over, the entire mountain range was filled with the figures of disciples training with the sword. The place that the black hole exquisite lion discovered was 100 miles away, at the foot of a mountain. The grass was dense here, blocking the entrance of the cave. The black hole exquisite lion lifted the weeds in front of the hole, revealing a dog hole with a diameter of only half a meter. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. This guy could even find such a small hole? The black hole exquisite lion's figure flashed, his body shrank, and he quickly entered. Zhou Xuanji turned into a ray of sword light and flew in. They quickly rushed down the tunnel. The tunnel twisted and turned, and from time to time, they would encounter a fork. The tunnel was narrow, and there were many venomous insects, snakes, and ants along the way. They moved quickly and came to the cave abode. After flying out of the cave, they came to a spacious underground space. There was a stone door in front of them, which was covered with spider webs. There were rune-like words carved on it. "This is the place. It's very hidden. If I did not climb here, I would not have discovered its existence." The black hole exquisite lion smiled proudly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with anticipation, waiting for him to break the door. Zhou Xuanji walked to the stone door and lightly touched it with his godly great brilliant sky. There were no changes to the stone door. However, the godly great brilliant sky trembled slightly. It sensed the fate. Zhou Xuanji shook his right hand and activated the trisource vein-severing sword. The sword chi intertwined and slammed into the stone door with a loud boom. However, it did not destroy the stone door. He raised his brow and swung his sword again with the 9-soul fusion technique. Boom! The stone door shattered, and a violent gale swept out from the inside. His black robe fluttered violently, while the black hole exquisite lion was sent flying and crashed into the rock wall. Zhou Xuanji looked over and saw a Buddha head. The space inside the stone door was not big, and it was occupied by this Buddha head. It was made of rocks and was about 15 meters tall. Its mouth was wide open, and its face was filled with anger as though it was scolding. "What's this?" The black hole exquisite lion came over and cried out. He was a little disappointed. He thought that there was a treasure inside. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the Buddha head and touched it. There was nothing unusual. It looked like an ordinary stone Buddha's head. Perhaps there used to be a temple here, but it collapsed and was buried deep underground. But why was it blocked by the stone door? And the stone door was filled with restrictive spells. It did not seem like a coincidence. He took out the ancient god's sword and communicated with the souls of the great beings. "What's this?" Emperor Hanlin asked curiously. The other souls were curious too. They asked in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji took out another sword, the black hole exquisite lion backed off in fear. Sovereign Xian said in shock, "This Buddha head is very strange. Don't you think it looks like the 9th Nether Buddha?" The 9th Nether Buddha, the most powerful cultivator in the netherworld. He once fought to become a heavenly saint. Although he was not a heavenly saint, he was on equal footing with the heavenly saints. As long as the cycle of reincarnation and the netherworld did not collapse, he would be indestructible. Zhou Xuanji wanted to store the Buddha head into the Tianxia map, but could not do so. Even the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus could not store the Buddha head. Be careful. This Buddha head is very strange. It doesn't look like a Buddha with eternal righteousness. It's very evil. Tao Lord Xiantian reminded Zhou Xuanji to be careful. Zhou Xuanji took a few steps back and stared into the eyes of the Buddha head. For some reason, he felt that the Buddha head was staring at him. It was an extremely horrifying feeling. The black hole exquisite lion did not dare to look up, but Zhou Xuanji was not afraid. His mind was calm as he thought about how to deal with this Buddha head. He raised his right hand, and the great brilliant day pierced into the Buddha head's mouth. Boom! The Buddha head shook violently, which shook the entire underground space. On the ground within a radius of tens of thousands of miles, shook continuously. Countless living beings flew up in shock, including the 20 million disciples of Emperor Sword Court. What's going on? Something's happening underground. Could it be an earthquake? No, there's a very evil aura. Everyone be careful. Enemies are coming. Prepare for battle. The disciples drew their swords and were ready for battle. This is Qiuhu muttered with a frown. He came to Zhou Xuanji's side in a flash. At this moment, the surface of the Buddha head began to crack. Pieces of rocks fell off, as though the Buddha head was shedding its skin, revealing its black skin. Soon a hideous dark-skinned face appeared. His eyes seemed to be embedded with 2 green crystals. Although his mouth was wide open, he was still laughing sinisterly. It was extremely horrifying. Chapter 563. What is this thing? The black hole exquisite lion exclaimed, his tone full of fear. Anyone who saw such a horrifying head would be afraid. Especially that smile, which made the black hole exquisite lion's fur stand on end. Qiuhu said with a frown, "Be careful. This thing is not right. He's not dead yet." Zhou Xuanji heard him, and took out 20 legendary swords, which were all aimed at the black head. At this moment, the eyes of the black head began to move. Oh no, this is the evil life evil spirit. Qiuhu suddenly thought of something. His expression changed drastically as he cried out with a deep voice. Evil life evil spirit. Zhou Xuanji and the black hole exquisite lion had never heard of it, but they knew from the name that it was not a friendly creature. Kakik heavenly law violet chi. The black head laughed suddenly, but its mouth did not move. Its green eyes were filled with a horrifying murderous intent. Whoosh! The black head's mouth exerted a horrifying suction force, and Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 were sucked into it. Even someone as powerful as Qiuhu could not dodge in time. Zhou Xuanji was in the darkness, and could not sense anything around him. A force was pushing him downward, which made him feel a strong sense of weightlessness. He immediately stored all the legendary swords into the supreme storage. Sometime later, he suddenly felt an impact on his soul, and his consciousness went blank. Wah! Zhou Xuanji heard the sound of seawater crashing against the waves and gradually woke him up. He opened his eyes and saw a clear blue sky. There were no clouds or mist. His memory before he fainted recovered quickly. He squinted his eyes and sat up straight. He found himself sitting on the beach. The seawater soaked his legs, and his black clothes were torn into strips of cloth. He looked extremely pathetic. Where am I? He looked around in confusion, and took out the Holy Light Redemption sword to heal himself. His internal organs were severely injured, and the celestial energy in his body was mostly depleted. There was a boundless ocean in front of him. The horizon was filled with black mist, as though a storm was coming. It was as though a ferocious beast was hiding in the mist and rumbling. He swept his divine sense in all directions, wanting to see what was going on around him. Soon, he found himself on an isolated island. The island was a few hundred miles long. The creatures on the island did not have spiritual intelligence, and there were no traces of cultivators. He was in no hurry to leave. Once his injuries were healed and his immortal power was replenished, he took out demon god Tianwu and the demon ancestor's body to guard his sides. Right now, he already had 3 fiend celestial doppelgangers. As for fiend celestial Nanming, he had yet to bring it out as a trump card. He chose a direction and flew on his sword. He took out the ancient god sword, hoping to learn more about this place from the souls of the powerhouses. The spiritual chi here is very dense. It shouldn't be the mortal world. Ghost Emperor Zhangtian guessed, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Like I don't know. Venerable Xian said. The evil life evil spirit has a long history. It has existed since the beginning of the heavenly axiom. However, in the past 1,000,000 years, there has been no news of the evil life evil spirit. I didn't expect you to be so lucky to run into one. I didn't bump into you. It was the black hole exquisite lion. Zhou Xuanji felt quite helpless. That stone door could block attacks from connecting heaven stage cultivators, and those top-notch existences below the heavenly saints would not come to such a place. After that, Zhou Xuanji soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. He wanted to break through the heavens, but he realized that there were no heavens here. There was a formless barrier that he could not break through. Even if he asked demon god Tianwu to do it, it would not work. How can it be? Demon god Tianwu's power is second only to the heavenly saints. Could it be a barrier set up by the heavenly saints? Zhou Xuanji was perplexed. The souls were shocked as well. Emperor Zhao cried out. Could it be an independent celestial realm like the netherworld? Independent celestial realm? After that, Emperor Zhao explained to him. Under the heavenly law, other than the Great Thousand Worlds, there were countless mortal realms. Between the Great Thousand Worlds and the mortal realms, there would be other independent realms, such as the demon realm, the beast realm, and the barbarian realm. Other than that, there were also independent celestial realms. The so-called independent celestial realms were like the netherworld, unaffected by the Great Thousand Worlds' fate. Only the Great Thousand Worlds had 33 heavens. Sovereign Xian said hesitantly. Almost all the independent celestial realms have been destroyed and replaced by the Great Thousand Worlds. Where would this place be? Moreover, this barrier might be more powerful than the one in the netherworld. Zhou Xuanji was suddenly interested in this realm. He turned around and flew down. Fellow Taoist, please wait. At that moment a voice came. Zhou Xuanji stopped and turned around. He could find someone to understand this place. He saw a middle-aged man wearing a green Taoist robe flying over. He had an extraordinary aura and held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He glanced at demon god Tianwu and the demonic ancestor and was inwardly shocked. Such powerful qi blood. It was the first time he had seen such a body. He smiled amicably and said, Fellow Taoist, judging from your actions just now, is this your first time in the Heaven Fiend realm? Heaven Fiend realm? Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, Brother, can you tell me about the Heaven Fiend realm? The green-robed man smiled and said, Of course. I'm Qing Song. May I know your name, fellow Taoist? Zhou Xuanji did not hide it and said, I'm Zhou Xuanji. Qing Song glanced at demon god Tianwu and the demonic ancestor, signaling them to introduce themselves. Zhou Xuanji said, They are clones that I made. This person had universe heaven level 7 cultivation and was not simple. Zhou Xuanji did not expect to encounter someone with such cultivation as soon as he arrived. It seemed that the Heaven Fiend realm was very powerful. Clones. Qing Song felt quite startled and could not help but gulp. He suddenly felt a bit regretful. It seemed that this person was not a good person. However, he did not dare to turn and leave. He smiled and said, The Heaven Fiend realm is very big, and it has long since lost contact with other realms. Since ancient times, many people have mistakenly entered the Heaven Fiend realm and have taken root here. The Heaven Fiend realm is controlled by the heavenly saints, and all creatures can compete freely. In the Heaven Fiend realm, if one does not have a faction to rely on, it will be very difficult to survive, because most of the resources are monopolized by the various sections. Zhou Xuanji was not interested in these sects and asked, Is there a way to leave the Heaven Fiend realm? Qing Song said, It's very difficult, unless you have the help of the heavenly saints. Heavenly saints? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had a feeling that he had already caught the attention of the heavenly saints. If he went there rashly, something bad might happen. Qing Song smiled and said, Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be impatient. All creatures that come to the Heaven Fiend realm quickly become immersed in this place. It's easier to cultivate here, and the Guanghuang secret realm is about to open. Do you want to come with me? Zhou Xuanji asked. What's the Guanghuang secret realm? He was not in a hurry. After all, his 24-rank deep black lotus had a portal to the divine cliff. If Emperor Sword Court was in trouble, he could directly teleport back and have demon god Tianwu guard the 24-rank deep black lotus. Qing Song introduced. The Guanghuang secret realm contains countless secret treasures and was once a place where empires fought for supremacy. Many experts fell, and the heavenly saints used a peerless divine ability to refine it into a secret realm. It opens once every 5,000 years, and it will open again in 2 years. It's best not to miss it. Chapter 564. Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment, and decided to follow Qing Qingsong to find the Guanghuang secret realm. He could also earn resources for Emperor Sword Court. Now, Emperor Sword Court had over 20 million disciples, and Zhou Xuanji had not distributed any cultivation resources. Before, he could use the Great Tao's voice to make up for it, but he could not continue like this. Even though he had many spirit pills, medicines, and enchanted artifacts in his supreme storage, he could not distribute them to so many disciples. After all, this was the Wanshan Great Thousand, not the Northern Wilderness. The cultivation resources that the disciples needed were an astronomical figure. On the way, Cheng Qingsong enthusiastically conversed with Zhou Xuanji, telling him about the legends of the Guanghuang secret realm. Every time the Guanghuang secret realm opened, countless cultivators would fight over it. The independent world within the Guanghuang secret realm was very big, and there were countless secret treasures inside. Many of them were left behind by cultivators who had died. Zhou Xuanji asked Cheng Qingsong what sect he was from, but he smiled and said that he did not belong to any sect. Didn't you say that without a sect, you would not be able to establish yourself? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed, but he did not directly slap him in the face. Under Cheng Qingsong's lead, they flew into a continent. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhou Xuanji put the 2 demon gods into the Tianxia map. They came to a city. The streets of the city were filled with stalls, selling all kinds of treasures, artifact forging materials, pill refining recipes, and other things. Cheng Qingsong smiled and said, "Ordinarily, places near the coast are quite dangerous, and the cultivators here are quite powerful. You can have a look first. I'm going to look for some treasures." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two of them went their separate ways. He was quite interested in the Heaven Fiend realm, and wanted to understand the local customs and practices here. There were many people walking to and fro on the streets, and there were many demons as well. All sorts of languages were spoken, and luckily Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was quite high, so he could understand all sorts of languages with his mind. Language was just a way of expressing oneself, and experts could understand each other with just a glance. He strolled around aimlessly, even though there were many stalls and countless cultivators walking to and fro like a colony of ants. There were no conflicts. Everything was orderly and orderly. At most it was just a quarrel. On the way, Zhou Xuanji did not stop. "Quickly come over and take a look. It's the key to entering the Guanghuang secret realm. All restrictions are useless with it." A giggle attracted Zhou Xuanji's attention. He turned around and saw a boy who looked like he was only 7 years old squatting in front of the stall. He had his hands in his pockets like a little old man, and he had a warm smile on his face. Universe Heaven Tier 15. Zhou Xuanji was a little surprised. With such cultivation, he was like a crane among chickens in this city. No one stopped in front of his stall. It was obvious that this guy was here to swindle people. Zhou Xuanji walked up to his stall and asked with a smile, "What treasure is it? It's so mystical." The boy looked up at him and giggled. "Do you want the heaven and earth stone of the Guanghuang secret realm? World stone." Zhou Xuanji smiled and looked at the heaven and earth stone, which was shaped like a crescent moon. This heaven and earth stone did indeed contain a trace of heaven and earth power, but it was very weak. It could only be used once before it lost its effect. He inquired how much it was. The boy replied, 300 Heaven Fiend pills. Heaven Fiend pills were the most valuable currency in the Heaven Fiend realm, and they could be used for cultivation. A Heaven Fiend pill was equivalent to 10,000 level 9 spirit stones. If converted to level 1 spirit stones, it would be an astronomical figure. This fellow was indeed swindling people. Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity, "If no one wants to buy it, what are you doing here?" Hearing this, the boy's smile disappeared. He was like a little tiger as he furiously said, "If you're not going to buy it, piss off." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed before turning and leaving. Watching him leave, the boy spat on the ground. After he left, the boy's ferocious expression once again changed. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead as he muttered to himself. Just who is that fellow? He actually made my hair stand on end. No, I need to quickly leave, he definitely has his eyes on me. He immediately started to pack up his stall, and quickly left. Zhou Xuanji did not take this to heart, and continued to wander around. It was close to dusk, and he met up with Cheng Qingsong in front of the city gates. Brother Zhou, did you find anything? Cheng Qingsong chuckled as he asked. From his expression, it was evident that he had found quite a lot. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, My luck wasn't as good as yours. Cheng Qingsong loudly laughed. The two of them did not waste any words, and continued to head towards the Guanghuang secret realm. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji and Cheng Qingsong finally came to the Guanghuang secret realm. The Guanghuang secret realm had over 100 entrances, and each entrance was a stone stele. When the Guanghuang secret realm opened, the stone stele would give off a spatial barrier, allowing people to enter and leave. The Guanghuang secret realm would only open for half a year each time. After half a year, if one did not come out, they would have to wait 5,000 years before they could come out again. The two of them came before a stone stele, and there were already tens of thousands of figures meditating in the surrounding 100 kilometers. The closer one was to the stone stele, the more powerful one's cultivation would be. The earlier one entered the realm, the easier it would be to obtain benefits. Cheng Qingsong had Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation, and could be considered a powerful expert. He brought Zhou Xuanji, and landed 100 meters away from the stone stele. The creatures surrounded the stone stele, and with it as the center, there were 172 figures in the surrounding 100 meters. All of them had at least Universe Heaven Level 7 cultivation, and there was no lack of connecting heaven cultivators. This was only one stone stele. The key thing was that there was still a long time before the Guanghuang secret realm opened. Zhou Xuanji and Jiang Shue's arrival attracted many gazes, especially towards Zhou Xuanji. With Universe Heaven Level 16 cultivation, he could teleport another 70 meters forward. However, he did not do this. He sat down cross-legged, and focused his attention on the world, within the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. He conversed with Jiang Shui. 10 days ago, he had sent the demonic ancestor into the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus, and teleported to the Divine Cliff, before going to reinforce Emperor Sword Court. Now with a thought, he could shift his attention to the demonic ancestor. The powerful soul division technique could not stop him from controlling his clone, even though they were separated by 2 realms. Now, no faction dared to make a move against Emperor Sword Court, and Emperor Sword Court had already settled down. The Wanshan Great Thousand was also peaceful. After conversing with Jiang Shui, Zhou Xuanji knew that the Divine Cliff was not dangerous. Following this, he switched his consciousness to the demonic ancestor's body. Emperor Sword Court was fine, and the disciples were still settling down. After so many years of teaching, they needed time to calm down and comprehend. Even Sword Sovereign Gu was the same. Everything was progressing in a good direction. Zhou Xuanji's consciousness returned to his original body. He felt a gaze filled with ill intentions. He glanced over, and saw a black-clothed man with a higher cultivation than him looking at him out of the corner of his eyes. As their gazes met, the black-clothed man did not avoid it. Instead, he looked condescending with murderous intent. What's wrong with you? Chapter 565. Facing Zhou Xuanji's telepathic message, the man in black trembled in anger. He immediately stood up, and walked toward Zhou Xuanji. The surrounding people all turned to look at him. What was he trying to do? Sensing the killing intent, Cheng Qingsong opened his eyes. When he saw the black-clothed man, he quickly got up in fright. Gui Choran, what are you planning to do? Cheng Qingsong shouted in a deep voice. He was ready to fight at any time. Gui Choran. The cultivators and demons in the distance were also alarmed as they looked over. It was obvious that Gui Choran was very famous. No wonder he was fearless and did not hide his intentions and ambitions. He ignored Cheng Qingsong and looked at Zhou Xuanji as he said coldly, Boy, you dare to insult me? Hand over all of your storage bags and storage rings, or else I'll kill you on the spot. The surrounding people instantly understood. It turned out that Gui Chou had another target. Everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji with sympathy. Gui Choran was only a step away from the reaching heaven state. He had remarkable abilities, and his methods were cruel. Anyone who was targeted by him would not have a good ending. Zhou Xuanji directly used the Nine-Soul Fusion technique and fused demon god Tianwu with him. Expressionless, he stood up slowly and said, "I'm standing right here. Come and kill me." No matter how high one's cultivation was, one would still encounter evil people. Since the other party didn't have eyes, then don't blame him for being impolite. Gui Choran was enraged and immediately prepared to attack. Suddenly his expression changed. How did this kid's aura change? He frowned and hesitated. Cheng Qingsong did not try to dissuade Zhou Xuanji. He had felt that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, or else he would not have tried to rope Zhou Xuanji into the Guanghuang secret realm. Seeing Gui Choran's expression, he instantly understood what was going on. As expected, Zhou Xuanji might have the power to surpass universe heaven. The surrounding cultivators and demons looked at each other and whispered to each other. Why doesn't Gui Chou dare to make a move? He's just bluffing. No, that kid's aura has changed. Hiss, what a terrifying aura. Who is he? There's going to be a good show to watch. Hearing these discussions, Gui Choran found it hard to back down. Zhou Xuanji came up to him in a single step like a ghost. So fast. Gui Chou was startled and subconsciously retreated. Bang! Zhou Xuanji punched through his chest, causing blood to spurt out. The cultivators behind him all used their magic energy to stop the blood from splashing onto their bodies. The violent fist winds shook the ground, and many cultivators were thrown to the ground. How is this possible? Gui Choran was dumbfounded, not daring to believe his own eyes. He had already confirmed that Zhou Xuanji only had universe heaven level 15 cultivation. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji was unfamiliar, he used his gaze to threaten him. This fist speed definitely surpassed that of a primordial heaven. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless as he cast world internalization, madly absorbing Gui Choran's magic energy. Gui Choran immediately turned into a ray of golden light and fled into the distance. Zhou Xuanji purposely let him escape and immediately chased after him. Cheng Qingsong did not chase after them. He was not strong enough, so it was better for him to wait where he was. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Zhou Xuanji returned and sat down beside Cheng Qingsong. As for Gui Choran, he was nowhere to be seen. Cheng Qingsong asked softly, "What's the situation like?" "Dead," Zhou Xuanji replied. His words were heard by many people, and they were all secretly shocked. They immediately classified Zhou Xuanji as a dangerous person. Now no one dared to offend Zhou Xuanji anymore. Time continued to pass. More and more creatures hurried over, causing this region to become more and more lively. There were often conflicts, and battles would erupt every few days. 3 days before the Guanghuang secret realm opened, the surrounding 100 kilometers became silent. The atmosphere became more and more tense. Cheng Qingsong said in a low voice, "After we enter the Guanghuang secret realm, should we split up, or?" Zhou Xuanji could instantly tell what he was thinking and smiled as he said, "Let's split up then." In the Guanghuang secret realm, if two people encountered something that they both wanted, it would be easy for them to become estranged. Cheng Qingsong inwardly let out a sigh of relief and said, "After splitting up, let's think of a way to meet up in 3 months. It's your first time coming to the Guanghuang secret realm, so you might miss the time to leave. I was also trapped before." Zhou Xuanji nodded. As for what he was thinking, he did not say it out loud. Since Cheng Qingsong minded him so much, it would be best if they did not meet again after going in. In actuality, he had wanted to help Cheng Qingsong before. With Cheng Qingsong's cultivation, it would be very difficult for him to do as he pleased. 3 days later, boom! A pillar of light descended from the sky, covering the stone steel, and causing the stone steel to violently tremble. A layer of light shot out from the stone steel, forming a rippling barrier. Immediately, 3 people leapt in, and the others followed behind them. Zhou Xuanji and Cheng Qingsong did not say anything and flew into the barrier. The creatures behind them started to charge forwards, and because there were so many people, battles soon erupted. None of this had anything to do with Zhou Xuanji. After entering the Guanghuang secret realm, they passed through a colorful tunnel. There was no dirt, only light, and it was as if falling in would result in eternal damnation. Zhou Xuanji saw that the people in front of him dove into different directions and quickly disappeared. Cheng Qingsong also quickly distanced himself from him and flew to the side. Zhou Xuanji also found a direction and headed in. Light flashed before him, and he came to a dark world. Torrential rain poured down, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. The mountain forest below was mercilessly battered by the rain. He looked up and saw many rays of light shining in the distant night sky. Those were the other cultivators who had entered the realm. He gave a slight smile and took out demon god Tianwu to be his bodyguard. He swept out with his divine sense and decided where to go, choosing the direction with the densest spirit qi. In the cultivation world, most treasures would gather large amounts of spirit qi. It was not just him. The other cultivators were the same. After traveling tens of thousands of kilometers, Zhou Xuanji flew past the thunderstorm region. Sunlight shone down ahead, looking incredibly bright and beautiful. Zhou Xuanji's gaze locked onto a tall mountain. The mountain was on the island at the center of the lake, and it was 3,000 meters tall. There was a massive python coiled around the mountain, and its body was like a dragon. It was covered with black scales, and each scale was as big as a house. It had 3 horns and its eyes were cold and sinister. It flicked its tongue, and there were violet flames burning at the tip of its tongue. A boundless and domineering aura spread out, causing many cultivators to stop in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked towards the middle of the mountain and saw a golden stone. There were many strange violet inscriptions on its surface, and the spirit qi around it was condensed to the point that it was viscous, as if there was fog surrounding the golden stone. "This stone is mine." A domineering voice sounded out as a muscular man, giving off lightning, landed on the mountain peak. His legs were incredibly powerful, causing the surface of the mountain to crack. The black python roared as it rushed at him, seeming unstoppable. The muscular man raised his right hand and faced his palm towards the black python. Boundless lightning exploded out, instantly covering the black python. The black python howled in pain, and the entire mountain started to collapse. One by one, the cultivators charged towards the golden rock. Humans died for wealth, and birds died for food. Chapter 566. Seeing so many people daring to fight with him over the treasure, the muscular man became furious. "All of you die," he furiously roared, and countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, blasting the ground. Many cultivators were unable to dodge in time, and were instantly hit by the lightning, turning into dust and disappearing. However, some cultivators with powerful cultivations easily dodged and continued to chase after the golden stone. Zhou Xuanji did not act and silently watched. He focused his divine sense on the golden stone. He was curious about what it was. He could faintly hear a heartbeat coming from within the golden stone. Even though it was quite far away, he could hear it clearly. Could it be that this stone had life? The massive black python was blasted apart by the lightning, turning into dust and dissipating in the air. "Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei, you're going too far. The treasure isn't yours. Why can't we take it? Join forces to deal with him. Kill him, and we'll split it evenly. How about that?" "Alright. Attack together." The cultivators were all infuriated and used their divine abilities to resist Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei. A massive battle exploded out. The cultivators used all sorts of spells and divine abilities, and their magic treasures all unleashed different types of power. Zhou Xuanji watched for a while before deciding to act. He directly used the 9-soul fusion technique and took out 700 or so swords as he stepped into the air. Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei continuously roared. Boundless lightning gathered in his palms. It was his most powerful attack, and also his most powerful defense. The cultivators were unable to defeat him at all, and were continuously injured by the lightning. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walk over, Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei raised his right hand, and a pillar of lightning shot out from his palm, shooting towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji used 10,000 ultimate steps, and came behind Hegemon Sovereign Xianlei. "Poochie, Hegemon's sovereign Xuanlei's head flew into the air, and blood spurted out of his neck like a fountain. The nearby cultivators were all given a big fright and quickly retreated. They looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock, unable to believe their eyes. Who was this person? So powerful. Zhou Xuanji used sword sect immortal ghost weep, and the 700 or so swords gave off white light and quickly circled around him. The swords in front of him automatically moved aside, allowing him to easily suck the golden stone over. The golden stone was bigger than him and weighed millions of kilograms. It was not simple at all. He directly put it into the supreme storage. He turned around and walked in another direction. No one dared to stop him. The severed head of the mysterious thunder hegemon quickly flew back into his body. He also did not dare to chase after it. Who is he? My magic power. Hegemon mysterious thunder felt a chill in his heart as he thought in horror. He didn't even get a clear look at the sword just now before he was beheaded. Most importantly, in that instant, all of his magic power was sucked away. One must know that he had the cultivation of connecting heaven third realm. Everyone present memorized Zhou Xuanji's face, just in case they failed to recognize him the next time they met. After leaving, Zhou Xuanji dispelled the 9-soul fusion technique and summoned demon god Tianwu. Dozens of swords stacked together, forming a sword disc, and Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu sit down. Zhou Xuanji took out the golden stone and closely examined it. The ancient god sword floated beside him as the souls analyzed it. This stone is not simple. Its hardness is second to none among all I've seen. Not only that, but there's also a heartbeat inside. Could it be that there's a creature hiding inside? This should be the legendary golden embryo fire spirit rock. It's an excellent material for refining equipment. This brat doesn't need enchanted artifacts. Look at his sword. After hearing about it, Zhou Xuanji smiled. He asked how many Heaven Fiend pills he could sell it for. Sovereign Xian estimated that it could be sold for at least 100,000 Heaven Fiend pills. This made Zhou Xuanji very satisfied. He had such a great harvest right after he arrived. Not bad. After that, he stored the golden embryo fire spirit rock into the supreme storage. He continued to head toward the place with dense spiritual qi. When he came to the next place, he realized that the treasure had already been taken by someone else. He continued forward, but still did not find anything. He immediately moved forward at full speed. He had underestimated the speed of the other cultivators. They were all like hungry wolves, snatching the treasures madly. In the vast starry sky, in a temple, old ancestor Hongshi and an old monk sat opposite each other. Buddha Yongling, why are you looking for me? Old ancestor Hongshi asked first as he looked around the ancestral temple. Buddha Yongling looked skinny and looked like he was in his 50s. He wore an exquisite kasaya and smiled. Look who this is. He flipped his right palm, and an orb of light appeared in his palm. Within it was Zhou Xuanji's silhouette. Old ancestor Hongshi opened his eyes wide and asked in a low voice, "What do you mean?" Zhou Xuanji had already been chosen by him as his disciple. Even though he had not officially taken him as his teacher, he planned to nurture him. Don't misunderstand. This is what happened. This lad encountered the evil life, evil spirit by accident, and was sucked into my heaven emanations domain. He is currently exploring the Guanghuang mystic realm. I am here to ask for your opinion. If you want him, I will move him out. If you want him, I will bring him out directly. Buddha Yongling chuckled. An old ancestor Hongshi heaved a sigh of relief. Among the 8 saints there were factions. He was very close to Buddha Yongling, and he was mortal enemies with Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Old ancestor Hongshi muttered, Guanghuang secret realm? That's good. Let him explore. He might have some serendipity. Buddha Yongling said intently, there are many good seedlings in the Guanghuang secret realm this time. Your Zhou Xuanji might die. Old ancestor Hongshi waved his hand confidently. What a joke. Who could be more devilish than that boy? He said proudly. As long as you don't act, no one can do anything to him. Buddha Yongling shook his head and said, the body of a demon god cannot allow him to become invincible below the heavenly saints. Old ancestor Hongshi was still confident. He waved his right hand and created a chessboard. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's play the next game. he said with a loud laugh. Buddha Yongling stroked his long beard and smiled as he picked up a chess piece. That day, Zhou Xuanji came to an ocean. The ocean was shrouded in fog, and visibility was extremely low. He could sense that there was a spatial barrier at the end of the horizon. There were no more treasures in this region for him to fight for. So he prepared to go deeper into the Guanghuang secret realm. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense before advancing with demon god Tianwu. After flying into the vast fog, he heard sounds of battle on his left and right. He did not mind and continued ahead. After that, his expression became strange. No matter how far he flew, there would always be sounds of battle on his left and right, and the barrier was still so far away. Seems like we've entered the formation, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, and activated the 9-soul fusion technique, fusing demon god Nanming with his body. He took out great brilliant sky with his right hand and directly slashed out. The sword soul swept out. However, the sword soul's sword chi did not cause too much of a commotion. After disappearing into the fog, there was no more sound. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji did not panic, and prepared to use sword Dao rules. You won't be able to get out like this. Let's work together. A woman's voice came. A woman's voice came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over, and saw a man and a woman flying out from the fog. Chapter 567. The woman who spoke to Zhou Xuanji wore a blue dress with lotus edges. Her hair was combed into a golden jade hairpin, and she had a beautiful face. She held a long sword in her right hand, and a long scarf wrapped around her waist. She looked like a fairy. The man following behind her had a dense demonic aura. He was tall and sturdy, and he wore a black fur robe. His face was cold and stern, and there were 2 horns growing out of his white hair. He examined Zhou Xuanji with hostility in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji put demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map and calmly asked, "How do we work together?" Why didn't he sense the existence of these 2 people before? Was it because of his cultivation, or because of the innate restriction? Let me introduce myself first. My name is Qin Honglian, and he is Lu Fa. What about you? The woman asked with a slight frown. She had been shocked by Zhou Xuanji's sword chi, but when she got closer, she found that he only had universe heaven level 16 cultivation. Most importantly, demon god Tianwu had disappeared. From the looks of it, it should be a puppet or a clone. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Call me Sword Emperor." When Lu Fa heard this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes at him and said, "Then you can call me Demon Lord." Zhou Xuanji ignored him and asked Qin Honglian, "How do we work together?" He was very curious about the cultivation of these 2 people. They should both be in the reaching heaven state, but he couldn't see through them. After using the 9-soul fusion technique, even though Zhou Xuanji's strength had increased, his cultivation level had not. As such, he could not see through those with higher cultivation levels than him. Of course, if Qin Honglian and Lu Fa were to fight, he would still be able to tell. Lu Fa's realm and strength are the strongest. Let's transfer our mana to him, and let him attack and forcefully break the barrier. Qin Honglian said calmly. No one could tell what she was thinking. Lu Fa raised his chin arrogantly, feeling rather proud of himself. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said with a smile, "Forget it." He turned and flew forward. Lu Fa snorted coldly. Don't look for him. He dares to be so arrogant at Universe Heaven Tier 16. Let him die here. Qin Honglian didn't say anything, and her eyes were still calm. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji took out hundreds of legendary swords, and his aura suddenly changed. Lu Fa and Qin Honglian frowned. Bang! Zhou Xuanji suddenly unleashed sword Dao rules, and hundreds of swords instantly moved. It was so fast that Lu Fa and Qin Honglian's eyes couldn't follow it at all. A crack appeared in the space in front of them. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew in with his swords. Lu Fa widened his eyes in disbelief. What did he see? Was this guy really only at Universe Heaven Realm level 16? Hurry up and catch up. After saying those words, Qin Honglian quickly entered the spirit formation cave. Lu Fa followed closely behind, but he was still a step too late. The barrier hole quickly shrunk and disappeared in the blink of an eye, causing him to pounce on empty air. Ah! Lu Fa instantly went berserk and started to walk on the spot. The other side. Zhou Xuanji and Qin Honglian came to another ocean. There was no fog around them, and the sky was high and the sea was wide. He looked back at Qin Honglian and asked, "Why didn't your man come out?" He was amused. He could already imagine Lu Fa going crazy. Qin Honglian looked at him with a complicated expression and said, "He and I don't have that kind of relationship. It's just that our sects are on good terms. We met by chance and traveled together." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and left. Qin Honglian did not chase after him, nor did she speak. Just like that, she watched him leave. Looks like I can't underestimate anyone. Qin Honglian mumbled to herself, and concluded the matter. If Zhou Xuanji's personality was like Lu Fa's, he would have been enraged and attacked them. The higher one's cultivation, the more they cared about their reputation. It was the same in the Heaven Fiend realm. Even powerful cultivators did not want to be looked down upon, let alone mocked. This little interlude did not leave a mark in Zhou Xuanji's heart. He advanced quickly, and did not want to waste any more time. An hour later, he came to a lake, and let out demon god Tianwu. He punched the lake's surface. The lake water was blasted away, revealing a massive crater that was 20 meters deep. At the bottom of the crater, there was a silver treasure chest. Zhou Xuanji's expression was strange. Why did it feel like he was playing a game? He raised his right hand, and used universal attraction to suck the silver treasure chest up. The silver treasure chest was tightly bound by 3 chains, which made it impossible to open it. There was not even a gap. Zhou Xuanji took out Great Brilliant Sky and slashed down, cutting the 3 chains in half. After opening the treasure chest, he saw a dagger and a ceramic medicine bottle. He asked demon god Tianwu to take out the 2 items. He observed it closely, and found that the dagger was not simple. It contained boundless power, and was no weaker than his Great Brilliant Sky. The same was true for the medicine bottle. Once the bottle was opened, spiritual qi surged out, making him feel refreshed. No one came to pick up these 2 treasures, which made him feel strange. Something was not right. Ever since he came to this world, he had not encountered any other cultivators. He immediately stored the dagger and the medicine bottle into the supreme storage, and prepared to leave. At this moment, the soil at the bottom of the lake burst open, and black insects that looked like beetles charged out. They were like fish in a river, and there were countless of them. These black insects were as big as tigers and lions. They hissed and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Demon god Tianwu punched out, and the wind from the punch was like fire, killing thousands of black insects. However, there were still endless black insects coming out from the bottom of the lake. Zhou Xuanji left with demon god Tianwu. He sensed that something big was about to come out from the bottom of the lake. Just as they disappeared over the horizon, a massive creature broke through the ground in the surrounding 1,000 meters, and rushed into the sky. This was a massive black insect that was 3,000 meters long. It was different from the other black insects. It had a sharp horn on its head, which gave off a cold light under the sunlight. It spread its wings and chased after Zhou Xuanji. As it flapped its wings, it created a wild gale that shook the sea of clouds. The sound filled the heavens and earth, and it was incredibly deafening. Countless black insects flew at high speed under its lead, covering the sky and covering the earth. Zhou Xuanji, who was flying at his full speed, found that he was unable to shake them off, and the distance between them was instead shrinking. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique, and fused with demon god Tianwu, causing his speed to increase. He directly broke through space, and disappeared into the air. 30 million kilometers away, there was a boundless desert. A man wearing mighty silver armor sat cross-legged on a sand dune. Whenever the wind and sand came near him, they would automatically change direction. He suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "This aura, demon god's body." He immediately got up, and his body exploded out with silver light. His long hair wildly danced as his expression became savage. He smirked and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji landed on a cliff and looked back. He could no longer see the swarm of insects, nor could he hear the sound of the insect emperor's wings flapping. Just what is that thing? He muttered to himself, his tone curious. Before, he felt that if he was caught up to, he would be in danger of dying. That's a black underworld insect. Hand over your demon god's body, or else you will be buried in the insect's stomach. A cold voice sounded out from behind Zhou Xuanji, killing intent locking onto him. Chapter 568. Zhou Xuanji turned, and saw that the person who spoke was a man dressed in silver armor. His expression was cold, and his body gave off a silver light, making him look like a god. Their gazes met, and the silver-armored man's gaze became even colder. What if I don't hand it over? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. This fellow could actually sense the demon god's body within his body. It seemed that he was not simple. However, the stronger he was, the better. Only then would he be able to break through to Universe Heaven level 17. He directly took out hundreds of swords and prepared to fight. The silver-armored man coldly harumphed and said, "Then I'll personally send you to your death." He raised his right hand, and the silver light around his body exploded out. His aura surged as if it was going to break through the clouds. He ferociously pressed down with his right hand, and the silver light turned into a torrential rain of light arrows that shot towards Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stepped forwards and used the 8-step sword lunge, quickly coming in front of the silver-armored man. Sword Dao rules. The silver-armored man's expression fell, and with a boom, he retreated hundreds of meters, his body covered with blood. Zhou Xuanji felt quite surprised. He had not been able to instantly kill this fellow. "Just who are you?" The silver-armored man asked in a low voice, his eyes filled with wariness. He had not seen that attack clearly, but with his countless years of battle instincts, he had barely dodged it. However, if it happened a few more times, he did not have much confidence in dodging. Zhou Xuanji smirked and said, "You're making trouble for me, and now you're asking who I am? Quick with vengeance. Since you want to kill me, don't blame me for being impolite." Zhou Xuanji did not waste any words, and once again used Sword Dao rules. The distance of hundreds of meters was like touching to Sword Dao rules. The silver-armored man quickly dodged, but his chest was still pierced through, and blood sprayed into the air. He distanced himself from Zhou Xuanji, and his expression was unsightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well, I'll remember this." After saying this, he turned and ran. Zhou Xuanji would not let him off, and he immediately chased after him. The two of them quickly flew across the ground, one chasing, and the other escaping. Zhou Xuanji used the Ancestor Dragon Sword, turning into a 5-clawed golden dragon that roared and shook the heavens. The massive dragon's body swept out waves, giving off massive sounds. Soon, they encountered a swarm of black underworld insects. The silver-armored man dove into the swarm, looking like a silver sword that was unstoppable. The 5-clawed golden dragon was the same, killing countless black underworld insects. Both sides pierced through the swarm of insects, and in front of them was the dark underworld insect emperor. The dark underworld bug emperor opened its mouth, and a violent suction force came, sucking the wind and clouds into its mouth. The silver-armored man's figure flickered, and he teleported away. Zhou Xuanji turned back into his original form, and used 10,000 ultimate steps, piercing through the black underworld bug monarch's body, and continuing to chase after the silver-armored man. Damn it! The silver-armored man's heart was filled with regret. If it was against the body of a demon god, he was confident. But the Sword Dao rules were just too fast. It was so fast that he couldn't guard against it. He racked his brains, but could not think of when such a person had appeared in the Heaven Fiend domain. He had to escape quickly, or else he would die at Zhou Xuanji's hands. On a hill, 6 cultivators were meditating and resting. They were sweating profusely and gasping for air. "This place is too dangerous. That Huang Fufei we encountered earlier is too powerful. Damn it! Huang Fufei is too domineering. He's stayed in this world for almost 10,000 years. How sinister. Can he really endure loneliness? There's no other way. We can only think of a way to escape this world." They conversed in low voices. When mentioning Huang Fufei, they felt both hatred and fear. Huang Fufei was incredibly famous in the Heaven Fiend domain, and he had once been a saint contender. He was incredibly powerful, and ordinary connecting heaven level 10 experts would have to kneel before him. Swish, swish. Two sounds of the air being torn passed above their heads. They instinctively looked up, and their eyes widened. Huang Fufei! Someone cried out, a look of disbelief on his face. Who was chasing after Huang Fufei? Wasn't this person too powerful? The other cultivators also cried out, unable to believe their eyes. Zhou Xuanji suddenly caught up to Huang Fufei, and once again used sword Dao rules, killing Huang Fufei. He killed Huang Fufei along with his soul. Zhou Xuanji took all of Huang Fufei's storage artifacts and put them into the supreme storage. He landed on the ground and had demon god Tianwu guard him. After absorbing Huang Fufei's magic energy, Zhou Xuanji finally started to break through. Rumble! The entire ground violently trembled as if a massive earthquake was occurring. Streams of air gathered above his head, forming a vortex and forming tribulation lightning clouds. In the distance, the 6 cultivators cautiously came to the top of the mountain and looked down at Zhou Xuanji. Seeing the heavenly tribulation dissipate as soon as it formed, they stared with wide eyes. As they watched in shock, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through. He now had Universe Heaven Level 17 cultivation. He started to adjust his immortal energy, and demon god Tianwu stood beside him like an iron tower, giving off a baleful aura. Universe Heaven Level 17 impossible. How could he kill Huang Fufei with just this kind of cultivation? It should have something to do with the person next to him. Are you stupid? That's a clone. It's not alive at all. A clone is so much more powerful than the main body. How is that possible? That person is most likely a powerful being, but because of some special reasons, his cultivation regressed. However, he can still control a clone. The 6 cultivators whispered to each other, feeling incredibly nervous. Their cultivation had reached connecting heaven level 2, and they were quite famous in the heaven fiend realm. Shiji 6 immortals. After Zhou Xuanji finished breaking through and prepared to leave, they hurriedly chased after him. The old immortal in the lead called out, "Senior, wait for us. We have something to ask of you, and we definitely won't ask for nothing." Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and waited for them to come over. The old immortal gritted his teeth and took out a white jade Ganoderma. The other 5 cultivators also took out their treasures, looking incredibly pleading. "Senior, we offer these treasures to you. Please take us out, is that possible?" The old immortal begged, putting on a very humble attitude. Even though their cultivations were higher than Zhou Xuanji's, after seeing the battle just then, they felt incredibly worried when facing Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji swept out with his divine sense and found that these treasures all contained massive amounts of spirit qi. It seemed that these people were quite sincere. He waved his right hand and put the 6 treasures into the supreme storage as he said, "All right, follow me. However, I've only just come in and don't have any leads yet." The old immortal said excitedly, "It's fine, we can wait. We've been trapped here for 5,000 years. A few more months won't matter." 5,000 years? Zhou Xuanji asked. "How are you all still alive? How powerful was the Black Radiance Bug Monarch? How could these people survive?" The old immortal sighed and said, "We only entered this realm 2 years ago. Before, we were trapped in another place and encountered Huang Fufei. That fellow was too domineering and attacked us as soon as he saw us. Fortunately, we had special secret techniques, or else we would have long since died at his hands." Speaking to there, he said gratefully, "Come to think of it, Senior has taken revenge for us. Many thanks." "Huang Fufei." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Come with me, let's take a look around." The Shiji 6 immortals could not have asked for more, and they immediately followed him. On the way, Zhou Xuanji asked about Huang Fufei's background. That fellow could tell that he had a demon god's body. His background was definitely not simple. "I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 569. At the mention of Huang Fufei, the Shiji 6 immortals became agitated, as if Huang Fufei had killed their parents. It turned out that they had been pursued by Huang Fufei in this world for 2 years, and they were in an extremely sorry state. The mere mention of Huang Fufei infuriated them. Huang Fufei was very famous in the Heaven Emanations domain. He was the Grand Elder of the Big Dipper Dao sect, and had once fought to become a saint. He had lived for countless eras, and had countless disciples and grand-disciples. No one would believe that such a mighty figure had fallen here. The more Shiji 6 immortals spoke, the more excited they became. Their gazes toward Zhou Xuanji were filled with worship. Zhou Xuanji was not too surprised. Fortunately, he was a saint contender. It seemed like this fellow was once an enemy of the Heaven Fiend Domain's heavenly saint. If Jiang Yi killed him, this heavenly saint would probably not vent his anger on Jiang Yi. The 7 of them started to wander aimlessly. With demon god Tianwu's protection, Zhou Xuanji no longer used the 9-soul fusion technique. He was not in a hurry to leave, and began to search for treasures in this world. The Shiji 6 immortals led the way, and if there were any treasures, they would give them to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was not domineering. After choosing for himself, he also left some things for the Shiji 6 immortals, making the group quite happy. The Shiji 6 immortals admired him even more for being so approachable. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. They had traveled through this world, and Zhou Xuanji had obtained many treasures. It could be said that he had made great gains. On this day he prepared to leave. He immediately used the 9-soul fusion technique, and fused demon god Tianwu and demon god Nanming into his body. The eldest of the Shiji 6 immortals, old immortal Shiji, asked, "Senior, how do you plan on taking us away?" Their names were very interesting. The eldest was old immortal Shiji, the second was Shiji old second, the third was Shiji old third, and so on. Among them, Shiji 5 was the only female. She was quite beautiful and had a mature aura. She was the brains of the Shiji 6 immortals. There should be no exit in this area. The space here is very stable. It would be best for us to find a place with chaotic space, West Pole 5th speculated. Zhou Xuanji unleashed Sword Dao rules and slashed out. Boom! An opening appeared in the space in front of them, and Zhou Xuanji stepped in after saying, "Follow closely." The Shiji 6 immortals were dumbfounded, but they reacted quickly, not a beat slower than Lu Fa. The 7 of them passed through the spatial crack, and arrived at another world. It was surrounded by perfectly straight mountain peaks, verdant hills, clear waters, and rich spiritual energy. There were even 2 rows of white cranes flying in the sky. The Shiji 6 immortals were so excited that they knelt down in the air. "Senior, you're too amazing. Admirable. Impressive. You're too strong. Other than myself, I Shiji 3rd, will only admire you in my life. Accept our worship." The Shiji 6 immortals frantically kowtowed in midair, faster than woodpeckers. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. "Are you familiar with this place?" Old immortal Shiji immediately stopped and patted his chest as he guaranteed. "Over the past 5,000 years, we've practically explored the entire Guanghuang arcane realm. There are many places that we don't dare to explore, but with you around, hee." Zhou Xuanji smiled. It seemed that he had picked up a living map. Just like that, under the leadership of the Shiji 6 immortals, Zhou Xuanji was saved a lot of trouble. Inside the Heaven Saint Palace, Ancestor Hongshu and Buddha Yongling were still playing chess with solemn expressions. If one were to look closely, they would see that the foreheads of the 2 saints were covered in cold sweat. It was as if this chess game was extremely important. "Just what is hidden in the Guanghuang arcane realm?" Old Ancestor Hongshu asked. Huang Fufei had died at Zhou Xuanji's hands, but Buddha Yongling was still calm and collected. This gave him a bad feeling. Buddha Yongling replied, "An old friend." Hearing this, old Ancestor Hongshu tightly frowned. He suddenly thought of something, and his expression instantly darkened. Could it be? He looked up at Buddha Yongling, and asked with a complicated tone. "No wonder the Guanghuang secret realm has so many treasures. Just what are you planning?" Buddha Yongling calmly replied, "Didn't you notice that after Sage Daojing left, our saint energy became stronger?" Old Ancestor Hongshu frowned. "The power of the heavenly law is limited. The more heavenly saints there are, the less power each heavenly saint will obtain." Buddha Yongling said indifferently. There was a terrifying murderous intent hidden behind these words. He wanted to clear out the heavenly saints. Old Ancestor Hongshu sighed and said, "Yongling, can I still trust you?" Buddha Yongling casually replied, "If I don't trust you enough, why should I tell you?" Hearing this, old Ancestor Hongshu smiled and said, It wasn't in vain that I risked my life to obtain a trace of heavenly law violet chi for you back then." The two heavenly saints looked at each other and smiled, their eyes filled with stories. 2 months quickly passed. With the Shiji 6 immortals leading the way, and the ancient demon god's powerful strength, Zhou Xuanji and the others were unstoppable and obtained many treasures. They encountered many enemies on the way, but they were all defeated. The only problem was that Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was still stuck at Universe Heaven level 17. On this day, they came to a barren desert and stood on a hill. There was a bronze door in front of them, and it was half buried by the yellow sand. Old immortal Shiji said, "Below is one of the Guanghuang secret realm's 10 heavenly palaces. There are many traps inside, and only a few people can come out after going in. There are definitely many treasures inside. Are you sure you want to go in?" His tone was both excited and a bit afraid. The others also looked at Zhou Xuanji. They were all here to suck up to Zhou Xuanji, and everything was decided by Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, "Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Since we're already here, what's there to be afraid of? If you're afraid, you can stay. We won't force you." With these words, the Shiji 6 immortals all promised that they would not back down. Wherever Zhou Xuanji went, they would go. After that, Zhou Xuanji asked demon god Tianwu to open the bronze door, and the group stepped in. After entering the tunnel, old immortal Shiji waved his right hand, and countless fireflies flew out from his sleeves, illuminating the tunnel ahead. Shiji II said, "Legends say that the Guanghuang secret realm contains many caves and corpses of ancient powerhouses. There are even many evil spirits, so everyone must be careful." Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "You all have connecting heaven cultivation. Why are you afraid of evil spirits?" The so-called evil spirits were ghosts and evil beings. Some evil spirits cannot be eliminated even by the heavenly law. They're incredibly dangerous, Shiji V said, looking anxious. Zhou Xuanji thought of the evil life evil spirit. It was so powerful that even he and Qiu who could not resist it. Before, he had sent the demonic ancestor to take a look, and the evil life evil spirit had already disappeared. Shiji IV took out a beast management bag and released 2 purple snakes. The snakes were only as thick as a baby's arm, and they whizzed before disappearing. "Looks like there's some good treasures. I hope there's some rare treasures that are millions of years old," Shiji IV said excitedly, and the group quickly advanced. The heavenly palaces this time were very big, and they crisscrossed underground, seeming to be endless. The further they went, the larger the tunnels became. The air was filled with the smell of blood, making them feel uneasy. Chapter 570. The dark tunnel was lit up by a group of fireflies, and 2 purple snakes quickly darted about. Zhou Xuanji and the others followed closely behind, not at all slow. On the way, they encountered many corpses, both human and demon. In tens of thousands of years, they would most likely be able to form a path of bones. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. With so many creatures dead, just what was hidden in this heavenly palace? However, they were mostly excited. There were definitely many treasures left here. The Shiji 6 immortals started to whisper among themselves, guessing what treasures they might encounter. In the Guanghuang secret realm, there were many famous natural treasures and rare materials. There were even many innate magic treasures and ancient energy techniques. In the Heaven Fiend realm, there were many stories of people who had obtained fortuitous encounters and soared to the heavens, attracting countless creatures to come and explore. After coming so far, Zhou Xuanji had gained much. After he went out, he would sell some, and it would be enough for Emperor Sword Court to develop for a while. Not long ago, he had sent some natural treasures into the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus for Jiang Shui and Daoya Old Man to grow. His goal was to nurture the world within the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus into an immortal realm, preferably one that was not inferior to the Heaven Fiend realm. When that time came, Emperor Sword Court would live and flourish within, forever following him. That way, he could fulfill his promise from before. They would ascend together. Rumble. At that moment, the spacious tunnel suddenly violently trembled, as if there was an earthquake. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately went on guard. In front of them, Billowing flames filled the entire tunnel, as if they were about to drown them. Demon god Tianwu was in front and punched out, incredibly domineering. The berserk fist wind directly dispersed the sea of flames, and the Shiji 6 immortals hurriedly raised their hands to block the fist wind. Zhou Xuanji continued onwards, and demon god Tianwu held his right fist in front of him as he quickly rushed forwards. Countless poisonous arrows shot over from the surroundings, and after demon god Tianwu was hit, its body trembled and forced all of the poisonous arrows out of its body. Relying on demon god Tianwu's power, they were unobstructed. After the time it took half an incense stick to burn, they came to a side palace. Within the palace were two ferocious-looking stone statues that were 30 meters tall, and between the statues was a long box that floated, giving off a faint light. Demon god Tianwu grabbed the long box while the Shiji 6 immortals searched around the palace. Soon, they found many treasures in the cracks in the walls, and on top of the stone statue's head. Zhou Xuanji had demon god Tianwu open the box, and a black bead appeared. It was as big as an eyeball, and gave off a gloomy aura, as if it represented inauspiciousness. He scanned it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was harmless, he took out the bead and examined it. The ancient god sword floated behind him, making it easier for the soul to communicate with him. I think I've seen this pearl somewhere before, Emperor Hanlin said hesitantly. The other souls followed suit. Could it be the demon god bead? What is a demon god pearl? This is a demon god pearl condensed from the essence blood of the 10 ancient demon gods. After consuming it, one's physique will undergo a transformation. In order to strengthen the demon race, they refine this pearl. Can anyone take it? Yes. Hearing the soul's words, Zhou Xuanji directly consumed the demon god orb and sat down cross-legged. He activated the world Buddha art and used his immortal energy to refine the demon god pearl. A berserk energy rampaged through his muscles and bones. Seeing him start to cultivate, Shiji 4th said, 3 of us will go around and scout out the situation, while the other 3 will stay and wait for Senior. What do you think? It was not that he was greedy, but he did not know how long Zhou Xuanji would have to wait like this. If they could scout out the situation in advance, they could save a lot of time. Shiji 5th said, be careful. Even though we have connecting heaven realm to cultivation, we can't be careless. After some discussion, Shiji 3rd, Shiji 4th, and Shiji 5th left the side palace. At the same time, Zhou Xuanji was cultivating. The demon god pearl was indeed miraculous. After the medicinal energy spread out, it flowed into all of his meridians. Even though it was domineering, it did not harm him. His physique began to visibly increase. Increasing his physique would not help him break through in cultivation, but it would make his path as an overlord saint more stable. 6 hours later, he opened his eyes and slowly got up. His body gave off crackling sounds, as if lightning was striking his muscles and bones. Old immortal Shiji and the others also got up and congratulated Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked, your 3 companions haven't returned yet? Hearing this, the 3 of them looked worried. Shiji 2nd stroked his beard and said, could something have happened? The Shiji 6 immortals had gone through countless hardships and knew each other well. They would not betray each other. They had gone out for so long and still had not returned. Something must have happened. Let's go and find them. Zhou Xuanji brought demon god Tianwu and walked towards the door. Old immortal Shiji, Shiji 2nd, and Shiji 6th followed closely behind. Just as the 4 of them walked out of the side palace, they stopped. Their gazes were locked onto the tunnel to the left. 100 zhang away, Shiji 3rd, Shiji 4th, and Shiji 5th stood motionless, while Shiji 4th maintained his striding posture. In the gloomy tunnel, their backs appeared extremely terrifying. Old 3, Old 4, Old 5. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock, looking incredibly terrified. Why had they not sensed their 3 companions outside the side palace? Old immortal Shiji hurriedly controlled the fireflies and flew forwards. Zhou Xuanji also used the 9-soul fusion technique and held his 2 swords as he walked in front of the 3 people. Old immortal Shiji and the others followed. Shiji 3rd, Shiji 4th, and Shiji 5th all looked incredibly terrified. Their eyes were dull and their mouths were wide open, as if they had been scared to death. Shiji Fourth hurriedly examined them and frowned as he said, "They're not dead, but they're souls." Stealing souls. Just what was it that could steal the souls of 3 connecting heaven stage 2 cultivators, right in front of their eyes? Even Zhou Xuanji could not help but frown. The place where he had been cultivating was less than 30 meters away from here, and it had been blocked by a wall. The enemy had been so close to him, but he had not sensed it at all. Zhou Xuanji put the 3 people's bodies into the Tianxia map and said, "I'll put them away for now. Let's investigate what did it." Old Immortal Shiji nodded. Shiji Second and Shiji Sixth took out handfuls of talisman papers and threw them out. The talisman papers quickly floated up and burned with intense flames. The strangest thing was that the intense flames did not burn the talisman papers, and the intense flames seemed to be illusory. The talisman papers circled around Shiji Second and Shiji Sixth's bodies and quickly spun. Zhou Xuanji glanced at them and did not ask anything before flying forwards. After traveling for about 10 kilometers, they suddenly heard the sound of a woman crying, as well as the sound of a child sobbing. "Did you hear that?" Shiji Sixth asked cautiously, goosebumps rising all over his body. Old Immortal Shiji said in a low voice, "What are you afraid of? They're just trying to be mysterious." Chapter 571. As Zhou Xuanji and the others continued forward, the cries became more and more ear-piercing. Towards the end, it was as if countless wronged souls were crying in their ears. "Be careful, it might be some kind of restriction array. Don't be fooled." Old Immortal Shiji's voice came from behind, his tone solemn. Zhou Xuanji walked behind demon god Tianwu, looking around warily. He could sense an aura rapidly traversing through the surrounding walls. It was so fast that he could barely sense it. Old Immortal Shiji and the other 2 could not sense it at all. This thing definitely had the cultivation of connecting heaven level 10. He suddenly swung his sword, and the sword chi pierced through the wall and shook the tunnel. Old Immortal Shiji and the others trembled in fear. They hurriedly looked over, but did not see any enemies. They didn't dare to ask any more questions and looked around nervously. This kind of unknown existence was the easiest to instill fear in people. Soon, they reached the end of the tunnel. Walala! The sound of the waterfall entered his ears. This was actually another world. The sky was very high, and white clouds floated around. Countless streams of water flowed down the mountain walls around the cave entrance. They looked left and right, unable to calculate how wide the waterfall was. The 2 ends stretched as far as the eye could see. Water vapor filled the air below, and in front of them was a mountain range that stretched as far as the eye could see. The scenery was superb, like a paradise that was separated from the rest of the world. Seeing this, the expressions of Old Immortal Shiji and the others turned ugly. If this continued, how would they be able to find the souls of their other 3 companions? The more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it is. Perhaps that thing is hiding ahead. Zhou Xuanji said softly. His words ignited hope in the 3's eyes. After that they flew up into the sky. After leaping through the forest, they saw a towering tree. The tree towered into the clouds, and its trunk was as large as skyfall. Its branches swayed in the wind. Zhou Xuanji and the others' expressions slightly changed, because there were many visible souls and corpses tied to the branches. As far as the eye could see, there were so many of them that it was impossible to count how many souls there were. Many souls were already on the verge of dissipating. Soul curse evil tree. How could this be? Why is there a soul curse evil tree here? Sovereign Xian exclaimed in shock. His words caused Zhou Xuanji to frown, and the other souls also spoke. Then why aren't you dodging? Even saint contenders will die if they encounter the soul curse evil tree. The heavenly saints definitely know of its existence. Could it be that they specially raised it to deal with the other heavenly saints? Is it really that terrifying? Soul curse evil tree. According to the soul of the Almighty Being, the soul curse evil tree was the first evil tree since the beginning of the world. It specialized in seizing souls and relying on the souls of all living beings to become stronger. A long time ago, a soul curse evil tree had nearly sucked a heavenly saint to death. Fortunately, The other heavenly saints had taken action and worked together to get rid of it. He didn't expect to encounter the soul curse evil tree here. Zhou Xuanji stared at the soul curse evil tree and fell into deep thought. Old immortal Shiji and the other two quickly captured the souls of their three companions. However, they did not rush over immediately. Instead, they carefully observed the situation. This tree was definitely evil, but it was so far away from the side hall that they were in before. It was impossible for it to steal souls from so far away. There should be other existences. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with questioning gazes. Zhou Xuanji said, "Step back, I'll try." Old immortal Shiji and the other two quickly retreated. The souls of the powerful beings were anxious. They all advised him not to act recklessly. Zhou Xuanji ignored them and fixed his eyes on the soul curse evil tree. For some reason, the moment he saw this tree, he felt an intense urge to take it for himself. He controlled demon god Tianwu and charged over. Demon god Tianwu did not have a soul and was just a clone. Even if the clone of Zhou Xuanji's soul was absorbed, it would be fine. Demon god Tianwu quickly flew over to Shiji 3rd, Shiji 4th and Shiji 5th souls. It used its hand as a blade and cut off the branches binding them. It grabbed the branches and threw them to Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji hurriedly caught them, and Zhou Xuanji took out their bodies, allowing their souls to return to their bodies. Demon god Tianwu walked onto the soul curse evil tree and walked around. Zhou Xuanji wanted to see if there were any other existences hiding on the tree. Before, when he was on the tunnel, he had sensed the existence of other creatures. Rumble. The ground suddenly trembled, and the soil roiled as massive tree roots broke out of the ground like massive dragons and whipped towards demon god Tianwu. Demon god Tianwu did not dodge for long and was sent flying, crashing through a mountain 100 kilometers away. Those tree roots then turned to attack Zhou Xuanji and the others. Old immortal Shiji and the others were almost scared out of their wits. After the other three souls returned to their bodies, they gradually regained consciousness. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand, and 5 billion sword images appeared in all directions, all pointing at the soul curse evil tree. The scene was incredibly majestic, and the Shiji 6 immortals were completely dumbfounded. Looking around, there were dazzling sword images everywhere. They covered the sky and covered the sun. They covered the entire heavens and earth, surrounding the soul curse evil tree. Zhou Xuanji's eyes narrowed, and the 5 billion sword images moved simultaneously. Boom, boom, boom. The tree roots were turned into dust by the sword images. The soul curse evil tree suddenly shook, and a green ocean appeared on its leaves. A formless barrier blocked all of the sword images. A wild gale swept up the forest, making it seem like the end of the world. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He did not expect the soul curse evil tree to be so powerful. Demon god Tianwu also charged over. With a furious roar, its body quickly grew to 50,000 meters tall, and it gave off a powerful gale as it flew, almost sending the Shiji 6 immortals flying. "What is that?" Shiji 5th asked with a trembling voice. She had just woken up and saw such a huge battle. She was a little stunned. Old immortal Shiji gave a simple explanation, which made the other three covered in cold sweat. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged toward the soul curse evil tree instead of retreating. He quickly merged into demon god Tianwu's massive body and demon god Nanming at the same time. Demon god Tianwu's eyes glowed with a purple light, and its aura grew tremendously. The ground cracked and the mountains crumbled. Thunderbolts descended. Boom! Demon god Tianwu shattered the formless barrier and rammed into the soul curse evil tree's trunk with its shoulder. He wrapped his arms around the trunk and roared as he uprooted the soul curse evil tree. Soil flew everywhere, and the tree broke through the clouds. The Shiji 6 immortals were dumbfounded. "Oh my god! What kind of power is this? The roots under the tree are so disgusting. What kind of tree is this? Senior is mighty. Too powerful." The soul curse evil tree's roots wrapped around demon god Tianwu's body, and Zhou Xuanji activated world internalization. He was absorbing the soul curse evil tree's magic energy, and so was the tree. Both sides began to compete in terms of absorption speed. Other than the ancient god sword, hundreds of legendary, swords appeared out of nowhere and pierced into the soul curse evil tree. The cries of countless women and children resounded across the heavens and earth, numbing everyone's body. The Tianxia map in Zhou Xuanji's body trembled violently, and an unprecedented power erupted to absorb the tree's magic energy. Chapter 572. Where did this thing collect so many souls from? Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused. There were not many creatures in this world, and there were not many people who entered this realm. However, there were at least tens of millions of souls, which made him feel quite confused. Could it be that someone specially collected souls from the outside world and brought them here to feed the soul curse evil tree? He couldn't care less and started shaking the soul curse evil tree to shake the souls off the tree. After a brief moment of confusion, the souls that had left the soul curse evil tree woke up one after another. What happened? What's that? Why am I here? Let me go. Let me go. Get lost. Stay away from me. Most of the souls had already lost their rationality and became crazy. They started to flee in all directions. As the number of souls decreased, the power of the soul curse evil tree also decreased. If this went on, the magic power of the soul curse evil tree would be completely absorbed by him. Zhou Xuanji heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. The roots of the soul curse evil tree gradually lost their strength and loosened their grip on demon god Tianwu's body. Dao Master Xuantian's voice resounded in his mind. Kid, what are you doing? You want to subdue it? Can't I? Zhou Xuanji asked in reply. If someone could cultivate the soul curse evil tree, why couldn't he? Everything had two sides. The soul curse evil tree seemed evil, but it could also be used in another way. You'd better think this through. The person who dares to cultivate the soul curse evil tree must be a top-notch existence in the heaven fiend domain. It might even be that person. Are you sure you want to do this? Dao Lord Xiantian asked in a serious tone. Heavenly Saint. If even saint contenders could not afford to raise such a powerful soul curse evil tree, then it could only be a heavenly saint. After offending the heavenly saint, could Zhou Xuanji escape from the heaven fiend realm? If it really was the heavenly saint, he would have already made his move, but he hasn't. Zhou Xuanji replied in his heart. Having heard this, Dao Lord Xiantian fell silent. The heavenly saint did not even give a warning, which made one's imagination run wild. Could the soul curse evil tree have nothing to do with the heavenly saint? The other side, inside the heaven saint palace, Buddha Yongling had a complicated expression as he said faintly, This junior of yours is really amazing. A mirror of light hovered above the chessboard. Zhou Xuanji and the soul curse evil tree were reflected on both sides. Old ancestor Hongsher clicked his tongue in wonder and said, This kid has surprised me again. Not bad, not bad. Buddha Yongling snorted coldly and said, That is mine. Old ancestor Hongsher smiled. He flipped his right hand and took out a purple ruler. He said 1 item for 1 item, okay? Buddha Yongling instantly smiled. He took the purple ruler and began to play with it. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in the mirror, old ancestor Hongsher thought to himself. He suddenly felt that he had underestimated Zhou Xuanji. Would this brat become the next heavenly saint? Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of the soul curse evil tree's magic energy. The tree's leaves began to wither, and it was on the verge of death. The sobbing stopped abruptly. Zhou Xuanji flew out from demon god Tianwu's body. He sat down cross-legged and began his breakthrough. Demon god Tianwu stood in front of him to prevent the soul curse evil tree from causing any more trouble. The Shiji 6 immortals watched from afar, not daring to approach. Seeing that the soul curse evil tree had withered, they were full of admiration for Zhou Xuanji. Too strong. They did not go over to disturb Zhou Xuanji. Instead, they looked around warily. They always felt that there were other dangers hidden in this world. Boom, boom, boom. Violent magic energy boiled in Zhou Xuanji's body and charged into all of his meridians, causing his body to expand and contract in a strange manner. This was the most magic energy he had ever absorbed in his life. The heavenly tribulation gathered toward him. Then it dissipated. This was the domineering power of the heavenly law violet qi. No one knew how useful it could be. 2 hours later, He broke through to Universe Heaven level 18. His cultivation did not stop growing. It was still growing at a tremendous rate. The Shiji-6 immortals sat on the cliff and looked at Zhou Xuanji in amazement. I wonder what energy technique Senior is cultivating. He can break through so quickly. It might be some kind of energy technique that absorbs magic energy. That kind of energy technique should have a heavy price. Look at Senior. He has never been bedeviled. He has always been so calm. I don't understand. Of course. If you can understand, you are our Senior. The Shiji-6 immortals did not notice that a ball of black chi had already entered this world. The ball of black chi came out from a cave and looked at Zhou Xuanji from afar. It's him indeed. A hoarse voice came from the black chi. Next, it turned into a black arrow and disappeared into the forest. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji successfully broke through to Connecting Heaven level 1. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached Connecting Heaven level 1. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained 9 Extreme Saint Slayer Sword, Inescapable Net. The sword spirit's voice shocked Zhou Xuanji, and he opened his eyes. 2 beams of violet light shot out from his eyes. 9 Extreme Legendary Sword. It's finally out. The Saint Slayer Sword's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Saint Slayer Sword grade, 9 Extreme description. The power of the Overlord Saint can slay a saint. Only those who have reached Connecting Heaven level 10 can use it once a year. It can really slay a saint. Zhou Xuanji was overwhelmed with emotions. But when he saw the words Connecting Heaven level 10, the raging fire in his body was extinguished. It was already so difficult to break through to Connecting Heaven level 1. Level 10, God knew how long it would take. It was impossible for there to be many soul curse evil trees in the world. But now that he could use the History Asunder sword, he wondered how powerful the Connecting Heaven legendary sword was. After the breakthrough, the soul curse evil tree's magic energy was almost depleted. Another half an hour passed. He got up slowly and twisted his body before walking toward the soul curse evil tree. Senior, what are you going to do? Shiji-6 asked curiously. The other 5 also looked at Zhou Xuanji curiously. Zhou Xuanji flew into the sky and waved his hand to store the soul curse evil tree into the Tianxia map. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense and found that there were still many souls lingering in every corner of this world. He did not capture those souls, but let them die on their own. Demon God Tianwu shrunk back to its original size. He followed Zhou Xuanji and came before Shiji-6 immortals. Let's take a look around, Zhou Xuanji said calmly. After breaking through and being able to use the Connecting Heaven legendary sword, his confidence was greatly boosted. Shiji-6 immortals nodded excitedly. The group flew ahead. This place should be the center of the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was so vast, with so many side palaces and countless treasures. About half an hour later, boom! The mountain wall where the boundless waterfall was broke open, and a figure flew out, stepping on flames. He wore a fiery armor and had 4 arms, each holding an enchanted artifact. He looked majestic without being angry, and his powerful aura shook the surrounding space. He looked around with a frown and mumbled, "Such a powerful evil chi. And there's the mark left by Huang Fufei. Seems like the culprit is in this heavenly palace." He chose a direction and flew away, leaving behind 2 rows of charred smoke. Chapter 573. Zhou Xuanji and Shiji-6 immortals collected many spirit herbs and flowers in the central world of the Heavenly Palace. They moved quickly and found a cave entrance after a round of searching. They traveled swiftly along the tunnel and saw many side palaces. They moved separately like a swarm of locusts. It was a pity that most of the side palaces were already taken by others. A short while later, Zhou Xuanji suddenly sensed a powerful aura coming from behind. The other party was shuttling through the winding tunnel and would reach him soon. He took out the History Asunder sword straightaway and merged it with Demon God Tianwu with the 9-soul fusion technique. The Connecting Heaven legendary sword's power flowed into his body through his palm. Very powerful. I feel like I can defeat all Connecting Heaven cultivators. He was curious. The History Asunder sword could cut through the river of history. But how? Where is the river of history? Shiji 6 immortals also sensed a powerful pressure. They turned around and prepared for battle. Boom! The wall in front of them was smashed open, and a man in flame armor with 4 arms appeared. He was stepping on flames. He stared at Zhou Xuanji and said with a deep voice, "You killed Huang Fufei?" The horrifying heat engulfed the entire tunnel and turned the walls crimson red from the heat. Old immortal Shiji cried out in shock. "Yin Maching, why are you here?" Yin Maching. Zhou Xuanji heard about him from Chengqingsong before. This person was neither good nor evil. He became a saint contender hundreds of years ago and slaughtered an empire. He also almost died to save a clan. His sins and kindness were incalculable. Looking at Yin Maching's attitude, he obviously knew Huang Fufei. "Yes," Zhou Xuanji replied. Yin Maching opened his eyes wide. His murderous aura soared into the sky and shook the entire tunnel. He walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step and asked coldly, "Very good. You are so arrogant. You must be someone famous. Tell me your name." Zhou Xuanji pointed his sword at him and said, "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji." Boom! Yin Maching dashed up to Zhou Xuanji with a big stride. He raised his arms high, and a blade of light materialized between his palms. He slashed down with the blade, as though he was going to split Mount Hua. In an instant, Yin Maching backed off quickly and put some distance between him and Zhou Xuanji. The flames on the cave walls continued to burn, as if they would never be extinguished. The Shiji 6 immortals were so scared that they didn't even dare to breathe. "Where are you from? You shouldn't be from the Heaven Fiend domain," Yin Maching said with a frown. At that moment, he felt a fatal sense of danger and instinctively jumped away. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Is it that important?" He raised his sword and walked towards Yin Maching. Since he was here, he would not leave. "Very good. You are very strong. How about we work together?" Yin Maching changed the topic, but Zhou Xuanji did not stop. He continued, "At the lowest level of the heavenly palace, there is a corpse of a demon god. It is guarding the phoenix heart ginseng. Let's work together and split the phoenix heart ginseng." He spoke calmly, not fearing that Zhou Xuanji would not be moved. As expected, Zhou Xuanji stopped. What moved him was not the phoenix heart ginseng, but the demon god's body. He asked, "What's the use of phoenix heart ginseng?" He must obtain the demon god's body. If he could gather all 9 demon gods' bodies, his power would grow tremendously. Yin Maching replied, "It can bring the dead back to life and gather souls for rebirth. It can also be used as an ingredient to make medicinal pills for cultivation." Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked him to lead the way. The phoenix heart ginseng sounded good. He could go and get it. Shiji 6 immortals followed him immediately. Yin Maching glanced at them and said, "You are not worthy." Shiji 6 immortals were furious and embarrassed. Zhou Xuanji took out the ancient god's sword with his left hand and said, "They are my people. This is enough." Facing Yin Maching, he did not want to be tactful. He must be forceful when necessary. Shiji 6 immortals heard him and were extremely grateful. Yin Maching smiled coldly, but did not speak further. Under his lead, the group left quickly. Yin Maching was very domineering. He destroyed the tunnel and charged underground forcefully. He was not afraid of being attacked by traps or traps. They descended quickly. Half an hour later, they landed on a gigantic golden shell. Below them was the forbidden ground of the heavenly palace. Yin Maching took out a white jade bottle and waved it lightly. Green liquid poured out and corroded the golden shell. Shiji 6 immortals felt a chill in their hearts. This guy was good at using poison too. I must be careful. Soon a hole was burned in the golden shell. Yin Maching leaped in first, followed by Zhou Xuanji and the rest. This was a space that was thousands of meters in diameter. Flowers were fragrant, and birds were chirping. There was a row of trees at the edge that was filled with spiritual qi. There was also a river flowing through the grassland. Zhou Xuanji's eyes quickly locked onto the demon god's body. The demon god sat on the grassland. Its skin was charred black, and it wore black armor. Its hair was loose, and its face looked like a skull. It had 3 tails on its back, and its nails were long and sharp like swords. It sat there like a ghost. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. The dignified 10 great fiend gods now all ended up in an appearance that was neither human nor ghost. Truly pitiful. Bulsh *T. This is how it looks. Sovereign Xian snorted coldly. He knew how to spoil the mood. Maching pointed at the forest and said, "The phoenix heart ginseng is in there. We have to subdue it first. Or else, once it explodes, it will be hard for us to defend." Zhou Xuanji asked, "You know this demon god very well." Maching nodded and said, "This is demon god Jihuang. His speed is the fastest below the heavenly saints. If we are not careful, we will be killed instantly." Shiji 6 immortals were on tenterhooks as they listened. They stared at demon god Jihuang, fearing that he would suddenly attack. Maching took out a snakeskin pipa. As he strummed the strings, he said, "Let's work together. I will reduce his speed, and you will be responsible for." Before they could finish their words, demon god Jihuang appeared before them suddenly and punched Zhou Xuanji and Maching's chest simultaneously. The impact sent the two flying and slammed into the golden summit. Shiji 6 immortals immediately retreated in fear. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji charged over with his sword. 10,000 ultimate steps was followed by dozens of legendary swords. Seeing that his swords were about to hit demon god Jihuang, the demon god tilted his body and dodged with extreme speed. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated Sword Dao rules. Boom! Demon god Jihuang's body spun and flew backward. He landed quickly and stabilized his body. His body was covered with sword wounds, but no blood flowed out. He was like a dried corpse. His wounds recovered quickly, and he disappeared on the spot again. Such self-healing ability. Zhou Xuanji frowned and immediately merged demon god Nanming into his body. With the power of 2 demon gods and the history asunder sword, Zhou Xuanji suddenly saw demon god Jihuang. The demon god flew above his head and smashed his leg down. It would be excruciating if he was hit by this kick. Zhou Xuanji activated Sword Dao rules again. Wherever he looked, the legendary swords charged toward him. Chapter 574. Boom! Demon god Jihuang was struck by the Sword Dao rules again, and was turned into a porcupine by the legendary swords. Maching's expression changed drastically in the sky. Such a fast sword. He did not see it clearly at all. If this move was used against him, just the thought of it made his scalp numb. It was too horrifying. Demon god Jihuang did not completely lose the ability to fight. Instead, he let out a horrifying roar. He shook his arms and sent all the legendary swords flying away. He opened his mouth and inhaled to gather spiritual qi. A horrifying aura exploded from his body. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened. With the history asunder sword in his right hand, he slashed with the sword soul. Sword qi swept horizontally. It passed through demon god Jihuang's body directly. A streak of white radiance was brought out by the sword qi, which exploded instantly. Demon god Jihuang's body was not penetrated. His arms drooped and he fell down. Zhou Xuanji immediately caught him and stored him in the Tianxia map. I see. Severing the river of history meant severing the past. No matter how demon god Jihuang was controlled, after being slashed by the history asunder sword, everything in his past dissipated, leaving only a corpse. Too domineering. This history asunder sword was definitely a domineering existence as well. Maching landed before him and asked with a complicated expression, "What sword technique did you use just now?" After living for so long, it was his first time seeing such a fast sword. Maching's impression of Zhou Xuanji rose quickly. Zhou Xuanji said, "This guy was killed by me. The Phoenix Heart Ginseng. I'll take 90%, and you take 10%. I'll give you 10% of the traveling expenses. That's already good enough. Or else, we could have found this place ourselves." Having heard this, Maching was not enraged but nodded without hesitation. Zhou Xuanji smiled and flew toward the forest. Shiji 6 immortals followed quickly. Maching was the last one. He was not worried that Zhou Xuanji would get here before him. He understood the situation. He could only listen to Zhou Xuanji's instructions, or else he might die here. Huang Fufei, what kind of being did you offend? He thought to himself hatefully. He knew what Huang Fufei was doing recently. He waited in the Guanghuang secret realm on purpose. Countless cultivators died in his hands. Previously, he and Huang Fufei worked together to explore this place, and were both severely injured by demon god Ji Huang. This was also why Huang Fufei could smell the demon god's aura. Soon, Zhou Xuanji saw the phoenix heart ginseng. These phoenix heart ginsengs were fiery red, and their roots were connected to each other, resembling a pair of phoenix wings. He swept his gaze across the area, and discovered that there were close to 100 phoenix heart ginsengs gathered together. He quickly took away 83 phoenix heart ginsengs, and left the rest for Yin Maching. As for the Shiji 6 immortals, they naturally didn't have a share and couldn't be of any help. It was already good enough for them to broaden their horizons. Although the Shiji 6 immortals were envious, they didn't say anything. A tinge of surprise flashed in Yin Maching's eyes. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really leave some treasures for him. If it were him, he might have killed Zhou Xuanji straight away. He was open-minded and could be considered a hero. His impression of Zhou Xuanji changed. His hands were not slow either, and he quickly stored the phoenix heart ginseng. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What are you looking for? Tell me, I might be able to help." Old immortal Shiji coldly snorted. "We also know that we don't need you." The other 5 immortals followed suit, opposing Yin Maching. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Let's part ways here, lest I want to kill you." Yin Maching was a little stunned. He shook his head with a smile and left quickly. Old immortal Shiji asked curiously, "Sir, why didn't you kill him? Aren't you afraid of endless trouble?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "I don't have any direct enmity with him. Putting myself in his shoes, there's no need to increase the sin of killing. Moreover, he can't possibly kill me." The Shiji 6 immortals were impressed. Such magnanimity and confidence were admirable. After that, they wandered around the vicinity and did not find any other treasures, so they decided to leave. An hour later, they left the heavenly palace and came to the land. Zhou Xuanji did not act immediately, but found a place to refine demon god Ji Huang into a clone. With the soul division technique, he succeeded in less than 2 days. So far, he had used the bodies of 4 demon gods. The demon ancestor, demon god Tianwu, demon god Ji Huang, and demon god Nanming. He was in a good mood, and continued his journey with the Shiji 6 immortals. The Shiji 6 immortals were smart. Since the beginning, they did not ask him about the technique to refine a clone. Zhou Xuanji found them pleasing to the eye. "Do you have a hometown family or sect?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not hear old immortal Shiji mention his sect or his family, which gave him some ideas. Old immortal Shiji shook his head, and immediately understood Zhou Xuanji's intention. He chuckled and said, "If Senior is willing to take us in, it will be the best. We don't want to wander around forever." The other 5 immortals nodded in excitement. Zhou Xuanji was powerful, and had an adventurous spirit. Following such a person would make their future life exciting. Seeing their anticipation, Zhou Xuanji nodded, and began to tell his story. He started from when he was 2 years old. As for the supreme legendary sword system, it was a secret that only he knew. The Shiji 6 immortals were tongue-tied. They were all in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji was only 300 years old? Wasn't such a short life too exciting? From the mortal realm to the great thousand world, and then to the heaven fiend realm. He even had connections with the heavenly saints. The opportunities and talents he had were too exaggerated. It was as though he was making it up. Shiji 5th sighed in amazement. "Senior, your courage is your true talent." Every time Zhou Xuanji encountered an undefeatable enemy, he was never afraid. This was enough to make her admire him. The other 5 followed suit and flattered him. They really admired Zhou Xuanji in their hearts. They believed that Zhou Xuanji might become a heavenly saint in the future. They must hold on tightly to him. After Zhou Xuanji revealed his background, the Shiji 6 immortals became even more lively. They began to talk about their past. By the river, Yin Maching sat cross-legged and played with the phoenix heart ginseng in his hand. In his heart, he was thinking about Zhou Xuanji. Who is he? He even took away the corpses of demon gods. Could he be collecting ancient demon gods? He thought about it a lot. As for Huang Fufei, he had already forgotten about it. He did not dare to offend such a powerful being. A silhouette landed beside him suddenly. This person wore a white robe with golden patterns. He had an imposing appearance, and his face was handsome and dignified. His white hair was coiled up in a crown, and the eyes under his sword-like brows were deep and profound. Seeing him, Yin Maching immediately got up and half-knelt on the ground. "Emperor, why are you here?" he said respectfully. Having heard him, the emperor said, "Yin Maching, give me the phoenix heart ginseng quickly." Yin Maching quickly took out 6 phoenix heart ginseng and handed it to the emperor. The emperor took the ginseng and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Yin Maching did not hide anything and told the emperor about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, the emperor squinted his eyes and mumbled, "Collecting demon gods? Seems like he wants to leave. Interesting. Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. I will remember this name." Chapter 575. After obtaining demon god Ji Huang, Zhou Xuanji decided to go to the other heavenly palaces. What if the other heavenly palaces also had the corpses of fiend gods? Unfortunately, they did not find any other fiend celestials in the subsequent operation. On the other hand, he had obtained quite a lot of other treasures. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 days left until the Guanghuang secret realm closed. Zhou Xuanji and the others slowly headed towards the outside world. Although there were many independent worlds within the Guanghuang secret realm, their distribution was very simple. The deeper they went, the more dangerous it would be. But the more they went, the more they would find the exit. The Shiji 6 immortals had already been subdued by Zhou Xuanji. They planned to follow Zhou Xuanji after leaving this place. 6 connecting heaven realm experts would be able to dominate even in the Wanshan Great Thousand. The Heaven Fiend realm's overall strength was more powerful than the Wanshan Great Thousand. Zhou Xuanji was also wondering if he should recruit more powerful cultivators. He thought about it and decided to leave it to fate. One day they arrived at a desert. West Pole 6th grumbled, "Boss, how are you leading the way? How can there be treasures here?" The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji was not dissatisfied. His gains had already far exceeded his initial expectations. He had no objections to leaving now. The Shiji 6 immortals were also very satisfied. Following Zhou Xuanji, they had picked up a lot of good stuff, so this trip was not a loss. Now they took it as a stroll, leisurely, extremely satisfied. It was just that the scenery was a little unsatisfactory. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure flashed past in front of him at an extremely fast speed. Old immortal Shiji quickly rushed over and grabbed that person. "Let me go! Let me go!" A tender and familiar voice came, and Zhou Xuanji smiled. "Isn't this the 7-year-old boy I met at the street stall?" At the time, this kid was still selling the heaven-earth stones of the Guanghuang secret realm. When the boy saw Zhou Xuanji, his face turned pale, and his lips began to tremble. He said in a trembling voice, "What do you want? Let me go. I don't have any ill intentions." Old immortal Shiji directly pulled down his pants. Shiji's second brother came over and slapped his butt. The boy was so humiliated that his face turned red. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why are you running so fast? Are you hiding from something?" When the boy heard this, he immediately came back to his senses and cried out in fear. "That thing is coming. It's the evil life, evil spirit. Run! Evil life, evil spirit." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction he was pointing, but he did not see the evil life, evil spirit. The Shiji 6 immortals also looked around, but they couldn't find evil life, evil wraith. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu and demon god Ji Huang, and spread out his divine sense to search for the evil life, evil spirit. Judging from the boy's expression, he didn't seem to be lying. After a while, the sandstorm in the desert suddenly became violent, as if a sandstorm was coming. An evil aura spread out, and everyone could feel the gloomy atmosphere. There was a killing intent locked onto them. "He's here. Here it comes. Run!" The boy cried out in horror, looking as if he was scared out of his wits. Zhou Xuanji sensed danger too. To be able to make him feel danger, it was clear how terrifying this evil life, evil spirit was. He immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows floated in the sky, all of them pointing downwards, covering the sky and the sun. The boy looked up, and his jaw dropped. He was filled with regret. He should not have offended Zhou Xuanji back in the city. This level of swordsmanship was truly terrifying. Boom! Billions of sword shadows landed suddenly and bombarded the desert. Zhou Xuanji and the others were at the center of the explosion and were not affected. Shiji six immortals looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. It was not their first time witnessing the primordial chaos sword shadow, but they were still shocked every time. After the primordial chaos sword shadow's power ended, the evil aura disappeared. The boy swallowed his saliva and asked, "You killed the evil life evil spirit?" The primordial chaos sword shadow's destructive power was too powerful. Together with the disappearance of the killing intent, he could not help but think so. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, he left. He really wanted to find the evil life evil spirit. He was absorbed by the evil life evil spirit after all. If he wanted to return, he could only rely on the evil life evil spirit and the heavenly saint. It was a pity that the evil life evil spirit was too fast. It disappeared in an instant. Let's continue our journey, Zhou Xuanji said. He was very interested in the Heaven Fiend realm and wanted to spend more time there. If Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff were in trouble, he could rely on the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus to support them quickly. This incident made Shiji six immortals even more cautious. Zhou Xuanji asked old immortal Shiji to release the boy, but the boy wanted to follow them and said that he would reward them afterward. The boy didn't shy away from strangers and continued to introduce himself. His name was Mingshan Child. It was his first time coming to the Guanghuang secret realm, and he was both nervous and excited. Mingshan Child? Do you want to die from laughter? Shiji second burst out laughing and mocked Mingshan Child to his heart's content. Who would call himself a child? The other 5 immortals mocked him too. And Mingshan Child was so angry that he almost seethed with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the name my master gave me. Don't insult my name." Shiji six immortals continued to mock him without holding back. Mingshan Child was furious, but he did not dare to attack. They continued onward. They did not encounter the evil life evil spirit again, and successfully left this realm. 7 days later, they finally came to the entrance stele of the Guanghuang secret realm. They could leave after the barrier was opened. They were surrounded by rolling mountains and forests. The grass was green, and the spiritual qi was abundant. Shiji six immortals sat on the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. This trip to the Guanghuang secret realm was indeed thrilling. Fortunately, they met their benefactor. With Zhou Xuanji's prowess, they survived safely. Zhou Xuanji sat before a giant rock and contacted Jiang Shui, who was in the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus, to understand the situation of Emperor Sword Court and the Divine Cliff. Chiyu Boy looked around with his eyes rolling. No one knew what he was thinking about. Another 3 days passed. 2 silhouettes descended from the sky and looked down at Zhou Xuanji and the others. Everyone raised their heads to look, and their expressions changed. Yin Maching. The other person was the man whom Yin Maching addressed as the Imperial Emperor. He had a stern face. The Imperial Emperor glanced at Chiyu Boy before looking at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji, can we speak in private?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said, "Sure." He sensed the Imperial Emperor the moment he descended, but he could not see through the Imperial Emperor at all. The Imperial Emperor gave him a feeling of a heavenly saint with an ordinary aura. The two immediately disappeared. Shiji six immortals looked at Yin Maching in fear, in case he attacked at any moment. Chiyu Boy hid behind Shiji six immortals quietly to prevent Yin Maching from noticing him. Yin Maching was expressionless. He did not look at them but stood in the air. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the Imperial Emperor came to the 2 sides of the river. There was a cliff beside them, and the river flowed down into a torrential waterfall. He looked at the Imperial Emperor and asked, "Why don't you tell me your name?" The Imperial Emperor stared at Zhou Xuanji and said calmly, "Ji Huanglin." Ji Huanglin. Zhou Xuanji thought about it, and was sure that he had never heard of this name before. Such a powerful existence shouldn't be a nameless person. Chapter 576. Are you here for Huang Fufei as well? Zhou Xuanji asked. Although he could not see through Ji Huanglin, he was not afraid at all. Ji Huanglin shook his head and said, "Your fate does not come from the Heaven Fiend domain. I want to work with you. Once this is done, I will not treat you badly." Another collaboration. First it was Yin Maching, and now it was this guy. Zhou Xuanji could not help but guess the connection between the two events and their intentions. Ji Huanglin stared at him and continued, "The reason why I am looking for you is that you are considered the strongest among the outsiders. The place that I am going to is a place that the natives of the Heaven Emanations domain are not allowed to enter. Only you and I can do this. The others can wait outside." Zhou Xuanji calmly asked, "Since you want my help, shouldn't you show some sincerity? You don't even explain the situation to me. Do you take me for a fool?" Ji Huanglin's attitude displeased him. This fellow's attitude was high and mighty. Although his tone was not overbearing, it still sounded like he was giving orders. "The place I want to go is called the Heaven Fiend Star Island. It is the biggest forbidden land in the Heaven Fiend domain, and is located in the middle of the ocean. Since ancient times, even saint contenders have never returned after entering. Only heaven saints know the secrets inside. If you dare to enter with me, I guarantee that after you come out, your cultivation level will increase by at least 3 minor realms, and you will obtain countless treasures." Ji Huanglin said leisurely, as if it was very tempting. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. It was his first time hearing about the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Just from what Ji Huanglin said, he knew that it was very dangerous. He didn't have any reason or goal to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. He shook his head. "I'm not interested." Ji Huanglin didn't get angry and said, "You possess the Heavenly Law Violet Aura. If you don't become stronger quickly, the Heavenly Law Violet Aura will become your bane." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "You saw that I have the Heavenly Law Violet Qi. Why didn't you steal it? Could this person be a heavenly saint? If he was a heavenly saint, why would he need to find someone to cooperate with? I don't need the Heavenly Law Violet Qi. As long as you're willing to come with me, I can agree to one of your requests, as long as it's within my power," Ji Huanglin continued. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Can you bring me back to Wanshan Great Thousand?" Although he could rely on the 24-tier Deep Black Lotus to support Emperor Sword Court, he could not teleport himself back. If he sent him back, what about the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus? Leave it in the Heaven Fiend domain and wait for others to snatch it away. If the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus fell into the hands of others, then the people hiding in the world of the Lotus might be in danger. They might even harm the Divine Cliff through the portal. It's nothing. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Should I go? It was too difficult to find the Heavenly Saint and the Evil Life Evil Spirit. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and said, "Then tell me where you came from. At least let me know what to do." Ji Huanglin said meaningfully, "You are asking too much. I am already very sincere and did not threaten you. I cannot tell you my identity, just like how you have many secrets that you do not want others to know." Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and said, "All right, when do we depart?" Ji Huanglin said, "We'll depart after we leave the Guanghuang secret realm." Zhou Xuanji nodded, and the two immediately returned to the stone stele. Shiji 6 Immortals and Chiyu Boy hurriedly came up to Zhou Xuanji and asked about the situation. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told him about their cooperation. Heaven Fiend Star Island? The Shiji 6 Immortals were dumbfounded. Clearly, they had never heard of it before. Chiyu Boy cried out in shock. "You don't want to live anymore? Going to the Heaven Fiend Star Island is definitely seeking death." Yin Maching glanced at him, and he shut his mouth immediately out of fear. Zhou Xuanji looked at Shiji 6 Immortals and said, "Find an island near the Heaven Fiend Star Island and wait for me." Shiji 6 Immortals nodded. It would be fine as long as Zhou Xuanji did not shake them off. Ji Huanglin landed in the forest, and Yin Maching flew in after him. Both of them waited for the Guanghuang Secret Realm's exit to open. In the next few days, living beings came to this place one after another. These living beings were all injured. When they saw Zhou Xuanji and the others, they showed no fear and stopped near the stone stele. In the blink of an eye, the Guanghuang Secret Realm's exit opened. Zhou Xuanji and the others stepped in first, followed by Ji Huanglin and Yin Maching. They came to a flatland. The other living beings appeared around them one after another. Most of them left quickly without a word. "Follow me," Ji Huanglin said. He flipped his right hand, and a blue beam of light enveloped Zhou Xuanji and the others and disappeared into the horizon. Within the blue light, Chiyuboi cried out, "Hey, hey, hey! Why did you bring me along?" He almost broke down. He did not want to go to the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin ignored him and looked ahead. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can you bring me to a city? I want to sell something." Ji Huanglin replied, "After we come out from the Heaven Fiend Star Island, I will go with you. By then, you will realize that the things you obtained in the Guanghuang secret realm are nothing." Zhou Xuanji heard him and was suddenly very interested in the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin continued, "The Heaven Fiend realm is actually very special. This realm can be said to be a land of treasures. No other great thousand worlds can compare to it. You will understand the specific reason in the future." His words made the others fall into deep thought. Yin Maching looked at Ji Huanglin and asked respectfully, "Emperor, do you have any other instructions?" Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said with a smile, "You may leave." Yin Maching took a deep breath and immediately disappeared in a stream of black light. Chiyuboi saw this and wanted to charge out, but he was repelled back. Shiji 6 immortals shuddered in their hearts and grew even more fearful of Ji Huanglin. This was obviously a forceful move. Zhou Xuanji did not think too much about it. If they were to fall out, then they would fight. In the Heavenly Saint's palace, old ancestor Hongshe raised his brow and smiled. "Yang Ling, who is this guy? He's not simple." Buddha Yang Ling chuckled. "He's just a junior. How long are you going to play with me?" This chess game had reached a stage where there was no solution. "Don't worry, Zhou Xuanji. I will not hurt him. I will let him return in one piece," Buddha Yang Ling continued. Old ancestor Hongshe threw him a stare and said, "It seems like this Ji Huanglin is not simple. Let's make a deal. Don't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. Even I can't see through him completely. Could it be that he has a heavenly law grade secret treasure? TSK, you are really generous." Buddha Yang Ling shook his head in a smile and did not reply. Everything was understood without words. Old ancestor Hongshe got up slowly and said, "I hope that the next time we meet, we can still play chess like this." After he spoke, old ancestor Hongshe turned into a stream of crimson flame and dissipated. Buddha Yang Ling's expression turned solemn. A tinge of viciousness flashed in his eyes as he mumbled, "Ji Huanglin, you really want that thing?" After some thought, he took out a pair of puppets from his sleeves. After the two puppets landed on the ground, they quickly grew taller. Their bodies were engulfed in white flames, and they quickly turned into human forms. Chapter 577. The two puppets engulfed in white flames turned into two men who looked exactly the same. They were expressionless. Stone-like armors materialized on their bodies, and their eyes glowed coldly. Buddha Yang Ling said softly, "Flame God guards, head to the Heaven Fiend Star Island and protect that jade. Don't let anyone near it." After he spoke, the two flame god guards disappeared from the palace. Buddha Yang Ling snorted coldly before closing his eyes and thinking. Ji Huanglin was extremely fast. About an hour later, they landed suddenly. This was an uninhabited island. Waves lapped against the shore. The seawater surged violently, and thunderclouds gathered. Ji Huanglin looked at Shiji 6 immortals and said, "You guys stay here and wait for us to come out." After that, he waved his hand again and brought Chiyuboi and Zhou Xuanji away. Shiji 6 immortals looked at each other in dismay, but did not say anything. They began patrolling the island to see if there were any restrictions or treasures. They were obsessed with treasure hunting. No matter where they went, they would think of treasures first. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji and the other two landed on a cliff. Behind them were huge waves, and the ocean under the dark clouds seemed to be in a storm. Looking from afar, Zhou Xuanji could see the island where Shiji 6 immortals were when he turned around. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was faintly discernible in the fog in front of them, as though it was a huge beast. Chiyuboi was so frightened that he sat paralyzed on the ground and almost fell off the cliff. Why must it be here? He cried out in fear. Isn't it good to be alive? Zhou Xuanji probed the Heaven Fiend Star Island with his divine sense, but realized that a formless and powerful force was blocking his divine sense. Ji Huanglin said, "Later, we will hide in your sleeves, and you can barge in directly. Don't be afraid of danger." The restrictive spell formation on the Heaven Fiend Star Island only targets living beings in the Heaven Fiend realm. You have just arrived, and have not turned into a Heaven Fiend creature yet. He waved his hand again and shrunk himself and Qiyu Boy, enveloping them with magic energy. They dashed into Zhou Xuanji's sleeves like two flies. Zhou Xuanji summoned demon god Tianwu, and walked into the dense fog with the History Asunder sword in hand. Ji Huanglin only said that the restrictive spell was ineffective against him, but he did not say that there were no powerful enemies inside. Normally, there would be many powerful creatures that had lost their minds, and were specialized in dealing with trespassers. After entering the dense fog, Zhou Xuanji could only see 6 feet around him, and his divine sense could not penetrate the fog. He was cautious in case of an enemy attack. After advancing for about 8,000 feet, he still hadn't passed through the thick fog. He couldn't help but frown. Why did he feel lost? Continue forward. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is bigger than you imagine. Many people from other worlds also thought that they had lost their way. Hence, they turned back and went around in circles. In the end, they were driven mad. Ji Huanglin's voice came, and Zhou Xuanji no longer hesitated. He began to sprint forward. 50,000 zhang. 10,000 zhang. 100,000 zhang. Zhou Xuanji frowned again. Just how big was the Heaven Fiend Star Island? The howl of a wolf came from behind. It was eerie and terrifying. He didn't stop. After all, demon god Tianwu was beside him, about the time it took for an incense stick to burn. He finally passed through the thick fog. Mountains rose and fell in front of him. There were no trees or grass, only lava, scorched earth, and rolling thunder clouds. It was like a scene from hell. Ji Huanglin and Qiyu Boy flew out from his sleeves and landed beside Zhou Xuanji. It's over. It's over. Qiyu Boy trembled. Tears flowed down from his eyes uncontrollably, as though he was greatly wronged. Ji Huanglin said, "It's up to me now. Follow me closely. Don't be more than 15 meters away from me, or else I won't be able to save you in time." After that he walked forward. Qiyu Boy quickly followed him, and dared not to cry anymore. Zhou Xuanji followed along with demon god Tianwu. He was very curious about Ji Huanglin's power. Next, he wanted to see how powerful this guy was. Ji Huanglin walked at a steady pace. He looked straight ahead with a calm expression without any surprise. No one could tell what he was thinking. Qiyu Boy was nervous as he looked left and right. The view around him was vast, but he still felt a sense of danger. Boom! A horrifying silhouette charged over suddenly, and was blasted away by the formless aura vomiting blood. Too fast. In the blink of an eye, it flew over from the horizon as though it teleported. Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy looked over. It was a blood monkey with 6 arms and a ferocious face. Its mouth was filled with fangs. After it landed, it rolled a few hundred times before burrowing into the charred ground and disappeared. Qiyu Boy asked in a trembling voice, "What was that?" He was a universe heaven cultivator, but now, he was like an ordinary person in fear. Zhou Xuanji looked toward Ji Huanglin. He did not see how Ji Huanglin attacked at all. Ji Huanglin did not stop, but continued ahead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island is filled with baleful aura, and nurtured many ferocious creatures. Countless years have passed, and their power has reached an extremely horrifying level. The surrounding fog is actually a prison to prevent them from charging out. Ji Huanglin explained to Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy. "What are you looking for?" Qiyu Boy asked with gritted teeth. Why does this guy know the Heaven Fiend Star Island so well? Could it be that he was here before? Why did he come again? He immediately thought of a possibility, which was that the people who accompanied Ji Huanglin were all dead. Zhou Xuanji thought of this possibility too, but his expression did not change. He did not panic. Ji Huanglin glanced at Qiyu Boy and said, "Something that will kill you after you hear about it." Qiyu Boy was frightened by Ji Huanglin's cold eyes, and immediately shut up. After some time, they were attacked consecutively. Those ferocious creatures were blasted away before they could even touch them. Ji Huanglin was ridiculously powerful. Half an hour later, they came to the foot of a volcano. There was a cave entrance here, and the walls of the cave reflected the light of the fire. Ji Huanglin led them into the cave. Pay attention to your feet. Don't step on the rocks. Those rocks have powerful corrosive power. Stepping on them will destroy your soul instantly. Even connecting heaven level 10 cultivators could not last more than 5 breaths. His words made Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy look at the ground instinctively. Zhou Xuanji stored demon god Tianwu into the Tianxia map. Soon, they saw that the ground in front of them was covered with all kinds of rocks. They immediately flew up and left the ground. Fortunately, the cave entrance was high enough, or else it would have been awkward. They walked along the winding tunnel and finally came to the end. In front of them was a cliff, and below them was a sea of lava. The high temperature made Qiyu Boy sweat profusely. Ji Huanglin stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. His expression was still cold. He did not take any action, but looked at them quietly. Qiyu Boy wanted to ask but did not dare to. He could only look at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and looked at the mountain wall opposite him. There was a picture on the gigantic mountain wall. It was carved with some kind of red rock. It was a 9-headed dragon surrounded by dozens of people. It was not a battle, but a sacrificial ceremony. Chapter 578. What's that? Zhou Xuanji asked. Qiyu Boy followed his gaze and frowned. Dragons with 9 heads were not rare in myths and legends. They were often existences that could destroy the world. The Heaven Fiend Domain's ancient demon, Dragon Emperor Yiming, is one of the evil life evil spirits. It has the power to destroy heaven and earth. If not for the Heavenly Saint's descent, it would have nearly eaten the entire Heaven Fiend Domain. Ji Huanglin introduced, causing Qiyu Boy's entire body to go numb. He asked cautiously, "You're not here to look for it, are you?" If such a giant demon was released, it would definitely be a disaster. He had heard many stories. There were always people who, in pursuit of power, released ancient evil existences. In the end, not only did they throw away their lives, but they also brought disaster to the world. Ji Huanglin replied, "Dragon Emperor Yiming is nothing. I don't care about him at all." He looked down and said, "Wait a little longer. Don't make a sound." Qiyu Boy wanted to speak but hesitated. Ji Huanglin said no more. The 3 of them fell into silence, while Zhou Xuanji looked around. He also discovered that the other patterns were very strange. They gave off the feeling of vicissitudes of an ancient civilization. What was worth mentioning was that no ferocious beasts attacked them when they arrived here. An hour and a half later, Ji Huanglin suddenly waved his palm downward and sucked in the air. Bang! The surface of the lava exploded, and a head-sized ball of fire flew up and landed on his palm. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and Lu Qiyue, and he smirked. He smiled and said, "This is the evil fiery bead. Next, I need to find the other evil beads of the other 4 elements, and then head to the central area of the Heaven Fiend Star Island to exchange for what I want. During this process, just tell me what you want." Qiyu Boy exclaimed in pleasant surprise, "Really?" Ji Huanglin glanced at him and said, "This is none of your business." Qiyu Boy's smile instantly collapsed. Ji Huanglin stored the fiery evil bead and left with Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy. For the rest of the journey, Zhou Xuanji plundered whatever he saw without holding back. In any case, he didn't need to do anything. Ji Huanglin could move those treasures to him with a casual wave of his hand. He sensed that these natural treasures contained some kind of demonic aura. If he wanted to use them, he would have to remove the demonic aura. 3 days later, they found the evil water bead. The Heaven Fiend Star Island was very big, and other than this lava land, there were other places with celestial phenomena. For example, a world of ice and snow, a green grassland, a forest filled with autumn leaves, and so on. This island seemed to have formed a world of its own, and it was a very large world. All the ferocious creatures they encountered along the way were killed by Ji Huanglin. None of them even touched the hem of their clothes. Qiyu Boy was convinced by Ji Huanglin's strength, and was no longer afraid. He could even follow Ji Huanglin to collect some special rocks and flowers. Zhou Xuanji had been observing Ji Huanglin. He always felt that this fellow was very similar to the heavenly saint. He had secretly used the 9-soul fusion technique, but he still couldn't see through Ji Huanglin. In less than half a month, Ji Huanglin had collected the 5 elemental evil beads and brought them to the center of the Heaven Fiend Star Island. Ji Huanglin said, "The next step is the real challenge. Little one, be prepared to die." Chiyu boy was looking around and was shocked when he heard this. "Didn't you say that you could protect us?" he cried out. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. "That's what I said to him. You are different. I captured you to use you as bait. Don't think that I don't know where you came from. You are the most easily coveted by the demons. If you cooperate, you might have a chance of survival." Chiyu boy's expression changed drastically. He was completely disheartened and almost fainted. Zhou Xuanji looked at Chiyu boy curiously. Could this guy have some extraordinary background? No wonder Ji Huanglin did not bring Shiji 6 immortals but him. Chiyu boy suddenly turned into a sharp arrow and dashed toward the forest in the east. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Chiyu boy over. He grabbed Chiyu boy's neck and lifted him up high. "Let me go. If my master knows about this, you will be dead." Chiyu boy cried out. His face was red. Ji Huanglin laughed disdainfully and continued forward while choking him. At the end of the horizon, there was a mountain that reached into the clouds. The sky there was very dark and oppressive, and they could vaguely hear the sound of thunder. Such a powerful sense of oppression. What's hiding there? Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. A strong sense of danger grew in his heart. His instincts told him to stay away from that mountain. But since things had come to this, he wanted to see what Ji Huanglin wanted. Above the sea of clouds, a floating island floated silently. There was a courtyard on the island. Xian Daoya stood outside the courtyard and said with a smile, "Brother C, it's been 1,000,000 years since we last met. Why don't you come out and meet your old friend?" Soon a cold voice came. "What do you have to meet me for? Or are you seeking death?" This person was called Si Mengyan. He was a transcendent existence that reigned above the great thousand world, and had the qualifications to become a saint. Xian Daoya was not frightened. He replied calmly, "About the great Emperor Dao Court. I have already left the great Emperor Dao Court. I can tell you anything you want to know about the great Emperor Dao Court. I only ask that you help me reforge my body." Boom! The door opened, and a gust of wind blew toward Xian Daoya. His expression did not change as he stared fixedly at the main house in the courtyard. Si Mengyan walked out of the house slowly. He wore a black robe with red edges. His face looked sinister, and there were strands of blood-red hair in his black hair. His eyes were like a wolf's, cruel and cold. He stared at Xian Daoya and said, "If you dare to bully me, you should know what the consequences are." Xian Daoya sighed and said, "I have no other way out. The great Emperor Dao Court is too stupid." He was infuriated when he mentioned Zhou Xuanji. The great Emperor Dao Court had been at a high position for a long time. Everyone was proud and arrogant. They did not take any genius seriously. This made him hate them for not living up to his expectations. At the same time, he was even more resentful. He had done his best for the great Emperor Dao Court, but he was still like this. "Why do you say so?" Si Mengyan asked. Xian Daoya immediately told him about Zhou Xuanji. After he finished, Si Mengyan's eyes sparkled. "Zhou Xuanji? So it's him." Si Mengyan remembered that old ancestor Hongshi had mentioned Zhou Xuanji to him before. Old ancestor Hongshi claimed that Zhou Xuanji would become his partner in the future. They would become old ancestor Hongshi's 2 sharpest blades. Xian Daoya gritted his teeth and said, "After you take revenge, can you help me get rid of Zhou Xuanji? I can listen to you in the future." Zhou Xuanji grew too quickly. In his heart, Zhou Xuanji was more threatening than Si Mengyan. Si Mengyan said with a faint smile, "Zhou Xuanji? No problem. Help me get rid of the great Emperor Dao Court first." He mocked in his heart. Zhou Xuanji was someone the heavenly saint valued. "You want to scheme to kill him? Fool!" Xian Daoya heard him and heaved a sigh of relief. He forced a smile and said, "Let's talk inside." Si Mengyan nodded and walked into the house. Xian Daoya followed closely behind. Chapter 579. After ascending the mountain, the sense of danger in Zhou Xuanji's heart grew even more intense. Even though his field of vision was wide and the mountain was bare, there did not seem to be any danger at first glance. Ji Huanglin had already put Qiyu Boy down. He walked at the very front with a calm expression. It was obvious that this was not his first time here. But with his cultivation, why was he walking so slowly? Can't I just fly in? Zhou Xuanji guessed in his heart, and felt that he was acting cool. The mountain was very tall. When they were halfway up the mountain, Ji Huanglin stopped and said, "How much longer are we going to hide?" Qiyu Boy grew nervous again. Ji Huanglin did not attack directly. Instead, he tried to force the other party into action. This meant that the other party was very strong. 100 feet up, 2 flame god guards appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Buddha Yongling's wooden doll. They stared at Ji Huanglin expressionlessly and lifelessly. Ji Huanglin sneered and said, "Yongling sent you here. Do you think you can stop me?" He called out the heavenly saint's name, without any hesitation. When the 2 flame god guards heard this, they immediately rushed towards Ji Huanglin. There was a loud bang. They were blocked by an invisible force 1 meter away from Ji Huanglin. Hua! Hua! The bodies of the 2 flame god guards suddenly burst into flames. They looked like 2 huge fireballs. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and sent the 2 flame god guards flying with his aura. He continued to walk forward. With every step he took, he used an even stronger aura to oppress the flame god guards. The flame god guards suddenly split up, and attacked Ji Huanglin from different directions. Ji Huanglin was calm and unruffled. No matter how they attacked, they were unable to touch Ji Huanglin. Instead, they were sent flying again and again. In front of him, the flame god guards were so weak. Qiyu Boy asked, "Since you can kill them, why don't you hurry up?" Was he deliberately showing off his strength? He hated Ji Huanglin to the core. If it weren't for Ji Huanglin, he wouldn't be here. Ji Huanglin waved his right hand, and the 2 flame god guards suddenly exploded and turned into ashes. Easy. Domineering. Ji Huanglin's expression remained unchanged as he continued forward. The 2 flame god guards materialized their physical bodies again. They appeared on the left and right sides of Chu Feng, not daring to attack. "Go back and tell Yongling that if he dares to stop me again, the consequences will be worse than he can imagine." Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His aura suddenly erupted, shaking the entire mountain peak. The 2 flame god guards immediately disappeared. They also understood that they couldn't stop Ji Huanglin, so there was no need to stay here and die. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Who is Yongling?" "A heaven saint from the Heaven Fiend domain." Aside from the heavenly saints, who else would have such a grand plan to set up a trap in the Heaven Fiend Star Island? Ji Huanglin replied, "Yes, an ambitious and sinister fellow." His tone was filled with disdain towards Buddha Yongling. "Are you also a heavenly saint?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Ji Huanglin said disdainfully, "A heavenly saint is nothing." He did not say much, but this made Zhou Xuanji think even more. Could it be that this fellow also came from outside the heavenly Tao? Zhou Xuanji already knew about the 3 existences from the Kunlun origin court. Ji Huanglin was the same? But why did he dare to talk back to the heavenly saint? Even the old beggar and the old immortal did not dare to be so presumptuous. There was also the primordial ancestor, who was hiding like an underground rat. All of a sudden, Ji Huanglin punched the mountain wall, creating a huge hole. Dust and dirt surged into the depths of the mountain. "Follow me." After saying this, Ji Huanglin took the lead and stepped into the dust. Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy followed closely behind. Qiyu Boy did not dare to run anymore. If he did, Ji Huanglin might kill him. They walked into the mountain, and after walking for about 100 meters, they came to a vast space inside the mountain. They saw a gigantic object. Dragon Emperor Yiming. It was made of rocks and was hundreds of meters tall. It was vivid and lifelike, and its 9 ferocious dragon heads were horrifying. Qiyu Boy trembled in fear and cried out, "Didn't you say that you don't want to revive him?" Ji Huanglin raised his hand and sucked Qiyu Boy, before throwing him toward Dragon Emperor Yiming. Qiyu Boy was almost scared out of his wits. He wanted to move, but found himself bound by a formless force. He could not even open his mouth to speak. Zhou Xuanji did not interfere but waited quietly. Ji Huanglin took out the 5-elemental evil bead and threw it to Qiyu Boy. Qiyu Boy's eyes widened and were filled with despair. The 5-elemental evil bead gave off a brilliant radiance that illuminated the entire mountain. A powerful gale rose from below, swaying Qiyu Boy like a fallen leaf in the wind. Dragon Emperor Yiming's stone statue moved as well. The 9 dragon heads turned and looked at the 5-elemental evil bead on Qiyu Boy. It's over. My life is over. Qiyu Boy closed his eyes and wailed in his heart. If there was a next life, he would surely make Ji Huanglin pay. Don't stray too far from me. I will let you broaden your horizons. Ji Huanglin's voice came into Zhou Xuanji's ears, which made him squint his eyes. He immediately activated the 9-soul fusion technique and fused with Demon God Tianwu and Demon God Nanming. The 5-elemental evil bead trembled violently and exploded with a powerful radiance. The radiance shattered everything around it, and the mountain walls disappeared. Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur. Everything changed and was replaced by a brilliant starry sky. Only him, Ji Huanglin, Qiyu Boy, and Dragon Emperor Yiming were left in the starry sky. It was like an illusion. Ji Huanglin raised his right hand, and the 5-elemental evil bead shot a beam of light upward and disappeared into the starry sky. A while later, a beam of red light shot down and landed on Ji Huanglin's right palm. He smiled and mumbled, "Heavenly Law Jade, I finally found you." Heavenly Law Jade. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He knew what this name meant. What is this guy trying to do? Does he want to control the Heavenly Law? Or is he targeting the Heavenly Law? Zhou Xuanji thought of countless possibilities. He did not make a move, but waited patiently. Roar! Dragon Emperor Yiming came back to life completely. He roared at Ji Huanglin with a violent aura. The 9 dragon heads opened their mouths at the same time, and flames of all colors surged toward Ji Huanglin like a flood. The flames gathered together and were tens of thousands of miles wide. It was unstoppable. Ji Huanglin raised the red beam with his right hand and slapped with his left palm. The palm wind howled and blocked the billowing sea of flames forcefully. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt his true power. Even after merging with 2 demon gods, he still felt that he was no match for Ji Huanglin. What is this guy's cultivation? Little specter, you dare to fight me? Ji Huanglin laughed condescendingly. He pushed with his left arm, and the sea of flames was pushed back. Qiyu Boy, who was protected by the 5-elemental evil bead, cried out in fear. His face was pale. Amitba. At this moment, a solemn Buddha's voice came. A giant golden palm descended from the sky and landed on Ji Huanglin's head so quickly that Zhou Xuanji could not react in time. Ji Huanglin was caught off guard, and his right hand was separated from the red beam as he fell. A ray of light shot out from the pillar of red light toward Zhou Xuanji. He grabbed it instinctively and saw that it was 1.5 meters long purple crystal. Heavenly Law Jade. I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 580. Zhou Xuanji looked at the Heavenly Law Jade in his hand with a strange expression. Why did it fall into his hands so coincidentally? Was this fate? Ji Huanglin was pressed down by the golden palm, and seeing the Heavenly Law Jade fall into Zhou Xuanji's hands, he suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes and used his aura to shatter the golden palm. He leaped up and passed by Zhou Xuanji, charging upwards. Zhou Xuanji held the Heavenly Law Jade and hesitated. Should he take it? Would Ji Huanglin mind if he took it? No matter what, since it was already in his hands, there was no reason for him to let it go. If someone else snatched it away, would Ji Huanglin vent his anger on him? He raised his head and saw a golden light growing larger at the end of the starry sky. He narrowed his eyes. It was a golden Buddha. Buddha Yongling. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the heavenly saint of this realm, and immediately retreated. The last time was during the Battle of Heavenly Saints. He was caught in the crossfire, and had no choice but to be reborn. After the Heavenly Law Jade appeared, Qiyu Boy suddenly broke free from the 5 elemental evil beads, and flew toward Zhou Xuanji in a frenzy. Only Zhou Xuanji could give him a sense of security. On the other side, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling were engaged in a fierce battle. Ji Huanglin displayed his full strength. His palms were like the wind, and he was able to fight Buddha Yongling head-on with just his palms. Buddha Yongling held the prayer beads in his left hand and a golden pestle in his right. He was upright and mighty, and he exuded an imposing aura without being angry. He relied on the golden pestle to receive all of Ji Huangling's attacks. Ji Huanglin, you've gone too far. Do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality with me? Buddha Yongling shouted with a calm expression. A massive wave of heavenly might descended. Even Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy, who were far away, were shocked, especially Qiyu Boy, who felt that his soul would dissipate at any moment. He cried out in horror, "Heavenly Saint! Buddha Yongling!" All his hopes turned to dust, and his vision darkened as he tottered in the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji looked up at their battle, hoping to gain something. However, a heavenly saint's battle was just too terrifying. The might of the heavens made it impossible for his divine sense to get close, and his eyes were blocked by the continuous waves of dharmic power. Humph! If I want something, I must get it. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His eyes were filled with anger. He had already obtained the heavenly Dao Jade, but Buddha Yongling had come out to kill him. This made his heart burn with rage. The more he fought, the stronger he became. His aura shook the starry sky, and as far as the eye could see, the entire starry sky was fluctuating and distorting, causing one to feel dizzy. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt the heavenly law jade in his hand heat up. He subconsciously shook off the heavenly Dao Jade. Qiyu Boy's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out to catch it. Bang! A violent force erupted from within the heavenly law jade, and it shook Qiyu Boy so much that he vomited blood and was sent flying. Zhou Xuanji frowned and stepped back instinctively. However, the heavenly Dao Jade emitted a suction force that directly pulled him in. The distance between the two of them rapidly shortened. Impossible! Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. He immediately fused demon god Ji Huang into his body, and his strength reached an unprecedented level. Even so, he was only able to slow down his speed and was unable to offset this suction force at all. Very soon he bumped into the heavenly Dao Jade. The heavenly Dao Jade fused into his corporeal body. He looked up at Ji Huanglin and shouted angrily, "You're Jade!" A powerful light exploded and engulfed his body in an instant. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling stopped as well. His expression changed drastically and quickly charged toward Zhou Xuanji, but he was stopped by Buddha Yongling. It's too late. The heavenly law jade has already chosen its master. Even if we take it back by force, the heavenly law jade will dissipate, Buddha Yongling said calmly. Buddha Yongling said calmly, but his heart ached. He had spent a lot of effort on this heavenly law jade, and this brat got it before him. Most importantly, he noticed that Zhou Xuanji was very resistant and did not want the heavenly law jade. This attitude made him feel even worse. Ji Huangling's chest heaved in anger. His eyes glowed with a faint red light, and his aura became extremely terrifying. Buddha Yongling's expression changed slightly and said with a deep voice, "Don't do anything rash." Ji Huanglin heard him and tried to calm himself down. All his efforts were in vain. He felt even worse than Buddha Yongling. He turned to look at Buddha Yongling and asked with gritted teeth, "Why did it turn out like this? Was it you who did this?" Buddha Yongling heard him, and his expression darkened. "You know the importance of the heavenly law jade the best. Why would I be willing to give it to him?" The heavenly law jade only felt that he was most suitable to inherit the power of the heavenly law. Ji Huanglin frowned. Within the powerful light, Zhou Xuanji could not move, but he could sense a violent power enveloping him. Ding! The power of the heavenly law wishes to turn the host into a heavenly saint. Do you accept? Once you accept, the host will become a heavenly saint and forever be a slave to the heavenly law. The host will never be able to surpass the heavenly saint. The sword spirit's voice suddenly sounded out in Zhou Xuanji's mind. Reject, he replied without hesitation. Because the primordial ancestor's enemy, the heavenly saint, could not be his final destination. He wanted to become more powerful. Please choose a legendary sword to inherit the power of the heavenly law and escape. The sword spirit's voice sounded out quickly. It was obvious that the situation was urgent. Zhou Xuanji chose the thunderclap sword straight away. The thunderclap sword became more powerful by relying on heavenly lightning. It was already similar to the heavenly law. Next, the powerful light around him quickly entered his body. He saw the vast starry sky again. He heaved a long sigh. Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling landed in front of him at the same time, and spoke at the same time. "Where's the heavenly law jade? What happened?" Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. "The heavenly law jade wanted me to become a heavenly saint, but I rejected it." With this, Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling's expressions changed. Ji Huanglin asked closely, "Where's the heavenly law jade? Where did it go?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. After I rejected it, it disappeared." The supreme legendary sword system had fused with his soul, and the supreme storage was also deep within his soul. He did not believe that Ji Huanglin could find it. Ji Huanglin raised his hand and pressed down on his shoulder. "There's no heavenly law jade in your body. It shouldn't be," he said with a frown. Buddha Yongling asked with a complicated expression, "Why did you reject becoming a heavenly saint?" Countless beings fought to become a heavenly saint, but this brat rejected becoming a heavenly saint. As a heavenly saint, he felt that his faith was being looked down upon. "I want to become a saint, but not a heavenly saint. In my eyes, the path of a powerful cultivator is endless, and the heavenly saint should not be the final destination," Zhou Xuanji replied calmly. If he became a heavenly saint, perhaps Buddha Yongling would instead act against him. Buddha Yongling looked at him deeply, and understood what he was thinking. This brat had a clone of an ancient demon god. Evidently, he wanted to walk the path of an overlord saint. "What are you still doing here?" Ji Huanglin glanced at Buddha Yongling, and asked coldly. Buddha Yongling sighed. His body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji looked at Ji Huanglin and asked curiously, "Who are you? How dare you treat a heavenly saint like this?" Chapter 581. Facing Zhou Xuanji's question, Ji Huanglin did not reply. Instead, he looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated gaze. "Kid, do you think I should kill you now?" He had always admired Zhou Xuanji. And if Zhou Xuanji had taken the initiative to steal the heavenly law jade, he would have acted without hesitation. But Zhou Xuanji was very resistant back then. This made him very conflicted. Zhou Xuanji did not panic and replied, "If I were you, I would not kill them." Ji Huanglin narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why?" The murderous intent locked onto Zhou Xuanji, which sent a chill down his spine. His expression was calm as he said, "There is no why." Ji Huanglin just stared at him. Their eyes met in silence. After a long while, Ji Huanglin slowly turned around with his back to Zhou Xuanji and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you are indeed not simple. If it was someone else, you might already be dead. Our agreement is voided. From now on, don't let me see you again." As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding starry sky suddenly shattered like a mirror falling to the ground. Ji Huanglin took 3 steps forward and came to the cliff. He turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a creepy evil smile, as though he had become another person. He said with a cold smile, "It's impossible to pursue the path of the Overlord Saint, unless the heavenly law is destroyed. Otherwise, you will be tricked to death by the heavenly saint. Brat, the world is deeper than you can imagine. You are just a chess piece. Is the path you want to walk really your own decision?" He suddenly fell backwards and disappeared from the cliff. Roar! A domineering dragon roar rang out as a golden dragon wrapped in crimson flames soared into the sky. It broke through the top of the mountain and disappeared into the sky. The entire peak shook violently and countless gravel slid down. Zhou Xuanji looked up and muttered, "So he's a dragon." He turned around and prepared to leave. He glanced at Chiyu Boy, who was not far away, and used all things return to origin, pulling the boy into his hand. Carrying Chiyu Boy, he quickly charged out of the collapsed mountain. Under the rolling dark clouds, a sandstorm filled the sky. Figures were fighting fiercely in the sandstorm. The ground below was smashed to pieces. Huge rocks were flipped upside down like thorns. Boom! A figure fell down, smashing into the ruins, and causing the ground to cave in again. Looking closer, it was Qiuhu. There was a wound on his chest, and fresh blood flowed out incessantly. His white bones shone with a cold light. He gritted his teeth and looked up. His eyes were bloodshot. He spat out a mouthful of blood foam and cursed. Damn it! He got up again, ready to kill. Golden pillars of light descended and landed on the broken ground, quickly forming a formation. The top of the golden pillars gave off strands of golden light that wove together to form a ceiling. There were countless strange runes on the ceiling that blocked Qiuhu's way. No matter what Qiuhu did, he could not break free. 5 silhouettes appeared on the golden formation. They all wore identical white robes and had a black horsetail whisk pattern imprinted on their backs. They looked down at Qiuhu and began to communicate without restraint. As expected of the first tiger since the birth of the heavenly Tao, it can be refined into a great supplement pill for breakthroughs. His tiger bones can be refined into magic treasures. It's rare to see someone with such powerful qi and blood. Looks like the great 1,000 worlds outside aren't as weak as we thought. Tiger's penis is also not bad. Qiuhu almost exploded in anger. Who was he? He was the tiger ancestor. How could he be humiliated like this? He roared and tried to break the formation. But no matter how he attacked, it was futile. The leader, a middle-aged man, raised his right palm and looked down at Qiuhu. Heaven-sealing Tao seal, he cried out. A golden Tao word parted the sea of clouds and smashed down. This word was incredibly vast. Before it, any existence would seem insignificant. It was majestic and domineering, as though the sky was collapsing. No. Qiuhu opened his eyes wide. His eyes were red as he roared. On Heaven Fiend Star Island, Zhou Xuanji sat at the foot of the mountain. Behind him was a crimson rock, while Qiu Boi lay beside him like a corpse. After Ji Huanglin left, he did not act rashly. He decided to wait for the thunderclap sword to level up before he acted. This island was too dangerous after all. He gave the heavenly law's power to the thunderclap sword, hoping that it would have the destructive power of a heavenly saint. Demon god Ji Huang and demon god Tianwu appeared in front of and behind him on the crimson rock to prevent any sneak attacks. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed. The thunderclap sword leveled up successfully. The sword spirit's voice sounded in his mind. Next, the thunderclap sword's attribute list appeared before his eyes. Sword name: Thunderclap sword grade, 9 extreme description. A legendary sword forged with the heavenly law's power. The more lightning it absorbs, the more destructive it will be. 9 extreme. Zhou Xuanji was delighted. He was not disappointed indeed. Most importantly, there was no threshold to the stage. He immediately took out the thunderclap sword. A long sword that was flashing with lightning appeared. Compared to the original thunderclap sword, it looked different and more majestic. He got up slowly with the thunderclap sword in his hand. He could sense its violent power. It was as though it could destroy everything in the world. So powerful. The corners of his mouth curled up, and he smiled in high spirits. The Saint Slayer sword was also a 9 extreme legendary sword, but it required connecting heaven level 10 cultivation, and could only be used once a year. Compared to it, the thunderclap sword felt so good. The sound of interweaving lightning woke Qiu Boi up. He got up in terror and asked with a trembling voice, "I'm not dead." He fixed his eyes on the thunderclap sword and stepped back instinctively. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "You dared to snatch my things. Are you going to follow me or act on your own?" Qiu Boi did not understand the situation. But since Ji Huanglin and Buddha Yongling were not around, he knew that the danger was over. "If I follow you, you won't use me as bait again, right?" he asked carefully. Zhou Xuanji ignored him and left. The 2 demon gods followed him on both sides, like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei on Liu Bei's left and right. Qiu Boi gritted his teeth and quickly followed. They walked for less than 100 meters when 2 ear-piercing sounds came. Zhou Xuanji immediately raised his sword. Horrifying heavenly lightning exploded and bombarded the ground around them. The 2 ferocious creatures cried out and were immediately killed. Qiu Boi was dumbfounded. What sword is this? So domineering. He was immediately convinced and cried out, "I'll follow you. I'll do anything you want me to." Zhou Xuanji smiled. He looked around the Heaven Fiend Star Island and had a bold idea. The The massive Heaven Fiend Star Island was for him to plunder. He decided to plunder everything on this island. At the same time, inside the Heavenly Saint Palace, Buddha Yongling opened his eyes. That sword, he mumbled with a frown. Power of heavenly law. What a brat. He dared to deceive me. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 582. Buddha Yongling pondered for a moment, then immediately got up and disappeared from the Heavenly Saint Palace. In the next second, he arrived at the Heaven Fiend Star Island. He looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said expressionlessly, "Zhou Xuanji, hurry up and give me your sword." Because of old ancestor Hongshi, he did not want to attack Zhou Xuanji. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji looked up at him. Upon seeing him, Qiyu Boy hurriedly hid behind demon god Tianwu. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "The Heavenly Saint wants to take it by force?" He deliberately emphasized the word Heavenly Saint. In the eyes of all living beings, Heavenly Saints had no desires, so why would they forcefully attack a sword? Buddha Yongling snorted coldly and said, "Don't think that I don't know that you fused the Heavenly Dao Jade into this sword. Although I don't know what method you used to forge this sword in such a short time, I advise you to return it to me, and I will forgive you for your crime of lying. The Heavenly Dao Jade was originally mine." Zhou Xuanji fell silent. This was indeed the case. But the thunderclap sword was also his. He said, "The Heavenly Dao Jade is indeed precious, but I can't give you my sword. How about I owe you a promise? As long as I can do it, you can mention it at any time. One day, I will become an overlord saint and make this promise count." His gaze was fixed on Buddha Yongling. If Buddha Yongling refused, then they could only fight. Buddha Yongling frowned and instinctively wanted to angrily rebuke Zhou Xuanji. However, seeing the look in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, he could not say anything. Sage Daojing trusted Zhou Xuanji so much that he gave him the heavenly law violet qi. Old ancestor Hongshi protected him with all his might. Could this brat really become an overlord saint? Buddha Yongling fell into deep thought. The heavenly Dao Jade was not that important to him. After all, he could not nurture another heavenly saint. But if he could help Zhou Xuanji become an overlord saint, he would not have to share the heavenly law's power with him in the future, and he might even have a chance to survive. He clearly remembered how strong an overlord saint was. A domineering figure appeared in his mind, causing him to fall into a trance. Zhou Xuanji did not continue speaking, but waited quietly. Qiyu Boy, on the other hand, was dumbstruck. Was that even possible? To him, Zhou Xuanji's request was absurd. Buddha Yongling, however, seemed to believe it. Was the heavenly saint a fool? He'd just had this thought arise in his mind when Buddha Yongling glanced at him, and it terrified him to the point his entire body shuddered before he hurriedly knelt down and prostrated himself on the ground. After a while, Buddha Yongling looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji and said, "Apart from this promise, you also have to promise that you will never be my enemy." Zhou Xuanji was not surprised but replied, "As long as you don't target the people around me, I will always remember this favor." He spoke with sincerity. Buddha Yongling had heard about his past from Patriarch Hongshi, so he believed him. "I hope you can really become an overlord saint. It's been a long time since I've seen an overlord saint." After saying this, Buddha Yongling disappeared. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. An overlord saint had appeared before? Who else could do something that even the 10 great fiend celestials could not do? He didn't think too much and continued forward with Qiyu Boy. Qiyu Boy was completely convinced and began to crazily flatter him. He could not wait to submit to Zhou Xuanji. Before he entered the Heaven Fiend Star Island, he did not expect that the final winner would be Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin gained nothing, and Buddha Yongling retreated. It was simply unbelievable. A month later, Zhou Xuanji and Qiyu Boy walked out of the Heaven Fiend Star Island. His face was full of smiles. He had gained a lot from this trip, which was beyond his expectations. Qiyu Boy was in a good mood too. He had freeloaded many treasures from Zhou Xuanji. Although they were not as good as Zhou Xuanji's, he was still satisfied. "Boss, where are you going next?" Qiyu Boy asked curiously. On the Heaven Fiend Star Island, Zhou Xuanji had experimented before. He could use the thunderclap sword to tear open the space of the Heaven Fiend realm and enter the void. So he already had a way to return. Let's find a place to sell some treasures first, Zhou Xuanji replied. He wanted to buy a large number of Heaven Fiend pills and distribute them to Emperor Sword Court's disciples, so that they could grow more powerful quickly. After that, he brought Qiyu Boy to the deserted island where the Shiji 6 immortals were. The Shiji 6 immortals were still there. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had returned, they quickly came up to him. They fought to ask what had happened during this period of time. Before Zhou Xuanji could speak, Qiyu Boy told him first with a proud expression, as though he was Zhou Xuanji. After he spoke, the Shiji 6 immortals were stunned for a long time. In their hearts, the heavenly saint was the most powerful existence. But they did not expect such an existence to compromise with Zhou Xuanji. Shiji 5 looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration in his eyes. She was the only woman among the 6 immortals, and she had never been so moved before. She had been moved before, but she had severed her feelings and continued to wander the world with the 5 immortals. Throughout her life, she had never seen such a genius. He was only 300 years old. Okay, each of you pick one. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand, and dozens of treasures appeared on the ground. There were enchanted treasures, rare resources, materials for artifact refinement, energy technique scrolls, and so on. Since ancient times, countless people had ventured into the Heaven Fiend Star Island and died. Their treasures were left on the island. Some were eroded by time, but some were still there. The Shiji 6 immortals were overjoyed and began to choose delightfully. Qiyu Boy looked disdainful. He made up his mind to suck up to Zhou Xuanji. Even Buddha Yongling believed that Zhou Xuanji could become a saint. This was a very powerful backer. Half an hour later, they flew toward a direction at full speed across the turbulent ocean. Half a day later, they flew onto the continent. Under the lead of the Shiji 6 immortals, they decided to head toward the most prosperous city in the Heaven Fiend realm. Zhou Xuanji wanted to sell too many treasures. Ordinary cities could not afford all of them. Qiyu Boy began to mingle with the Shiji 6 immortals. They all decided to follow Zhou Xuanji. Qiyu Boy was a universe heaven cultivator after all. He was skilled in artifact refinement and alchemy. He was a talent that Emperor Sword Court lacked, and was worth roping in. The Shiji 6 immortals were even more so. Each of them had their own strengths. Other than connecting Heaven Level 2, they were also skilled in other areas. The Heaven Fiend realm was vast. They only arrived at the True Spirit City after half a month. The True Spirit City had the True Spirit Palace as its backing. It had a population of over 100 million, and was the trading center of the entire Heaven Fiend realm. The True Spirit Palace was an overlord-class faction in the Heaven Fiend realm. It was established when the Heaven Fiend realm was born, and was promoted by the Heavenly Saint. After entering the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji was stunned by the prosperity of the city. The streets were wide, and even the narrowest one was 30 meters wide. There were many buildings and people walking to and fro. There were stalls everywhere, and there were pavilions that were as tall as mountains. They were like modern skyscrapers in China, or even taller. They had an antique feel to them. It was not the Shiji 6 immortals' first time here. They brought Zhou Xuanji to the largest auction house. He had many treasures with him. Only by auctioning them could he earn the most. However, along the way, he heard a piece of news that made him frown. Chapter 583. The 5 ancestors of the True Spirit Palace had captured the Tiger Ancestor, who had just emerged from the Heavenly Tao. They were going to invite all the heroes in the world to kill the tiger in front of everyone. When Zhou Xuanji heard the passing cultivators mention this, he frowned. No wonder there was no news of Qiu Hu. He had been captured by the True Spirit Palace's 5 ancestors. After Qiu Hu had submitted to him, he had been extremely loyal, making him highly valued. It seemed like he had to think of a way to save Qiu Hu. However, there was still some time before the day of the tiger's death. He could auction off his treasures before that. He was indifferent, and continued to follow the Shiji 6 immortals. It was also the first time Qiyu Boy had come to the True Spirit City. He was very excited and looked around, but soon fell behind. Zhou Xuanji ignored him. With his cultivation, he would catch up sooner or later. Along the way, they found an inn with empty rooms. Zhou Xuanji returned to his room to rest for a while. He took out a stalk of concealment grass. After consuming it, he became invisible and rushed to the True Spirit Palace. The True Spirit Palace was located behind the True Spirit City. It occupied 10,000 miles of land and had over 100 million disciples. His speed was extremely fast as he rushed towards the most heavily guarded area. Soon, he arrived at the True Spirit Palace. There were all kinds of cities all over the mountains, and there were even floating islands in the sky. Compared to the True Spirit City, it was just as prosperous. Many disciples of the True Spirit Palace were fighting under the sky, so the patrolling disciples did not see them. As one of the overlords of the Heaven Fiend domain, the True Spirit Palace did not need to be on guard. No one dared to barge in. Zhou Xuanji traveled quickly and began looking for prisons. There were many prisons in the True Spirit Palace. Some were in the air, and some were hidden underground. Most of them were living beings who had committed crimes in the True Spirit City. The city lord and the city guards were all from the True Spirit Palace. If the disciples of the True Spirit Palace had children, they would also put them in the True Spirit City, where they could live and multiply. The other side, in the dark prison, Qiuhu was chained to the wall. His body leaned forward and hung powerlessly. Blood flowed down his fingers and chin and dripped to the ground, forming a pool of blood below. He looked like he was in a coma, but he was actually trying his best to accumulate magic power. Damn it, just what kind of technique is the Heaven Sealing Dao imprint? Why can't I summon any of my qi? Qiuhu roared in his heart. He didn't dare to make the slightest movement in case the True Spirit 5 ancestors were even more guarded against him. He also knew about the plan to unload the tiger. To put it bluntly, he wanted to dismember him in front of all the heroes of the world. Apart from boosting the prestige of the True Spirit Palace, they were also selling his organs. The Heaven Emanations domain was filled with rejection and even hostility towards the living beings of the outside world. That was why no creature would sympathize with him. Instead, they would all come to watch the show and treat him like livestock. Every time he thought of this, Qiuhu would feel a wave of sorrow. It seemed like he was going to die here. It was a pity that he did not see Zhou Xuanji's posture of climbing to the peak. The more he thought about it, the more bitter he felt. After a while, a voice transmission suddenly entered his ears. "Are you okay?" Qiuhu's body trembled. He did not raise his head, thinking that he had heard wrongly, because the voice came from Zhou Xuanji. After coming to the Heaven Fiend realm, he searched for Zhou Xuanji for a long time, but could not find him. How was it possible for this kid to enter the depths of the True Spirit Palace? After a while, I'll come and save you. I need to sell something in the True Spirit City first. Zhou Xuanji stood in front of the prison door and continued to transmit his voice. He was in a concealed state, so Qiuhu could not see him at all. Qiuhu could not even sense his aura. Now Qiuhu was completely convinced. He did not look up and did not reply. However, he slightly nodded, causing Zhou Xuanji to smile. This fellow was quite cautious and calm. Zhou Xuanji did not say anything else and quickly left. Unbeknownst to anyone, high up in the sky, within a luxurious palace, the 5 ancestors were cultivating around a large cauldron. They simultaneously opened their eyes. Why did Qiuhu nod? He seemed to be communicating with someone. Impossible, I didn't sense any other aura. It's better to be careful. It's said that after Qiuhu came to the Heaven Fiend realm, he was looking for someone. How about we move over? The 5 ancestors quickly came up with an idea. They all moved and disappeared from the palace. They came to the outside of Qiuhu's prison and continued to cultivate. Qiuhu looked up and said hatefully, "Why don't you kill me now?" He was worried that Zhou Xuanji would come to die, so he tried to provoke him. He knew that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful, but the 5 ancestors were even more terrifying. This was especially so for the Heaven Sealing Dao seal. It was almost undefeatable and could not be dodged. Facing Qiuhu's words, the 5 ancestors did not reply and focused on cultivating, treating him like livestock. Qiuhu was incredibly angry, but there was nothing he could do. After returning to the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji silently waited in his room, while the Shiji 6 immortals went to contact an auction house. There were many auction houses, and auction houses in the True Spirit City, and there was business almost every day. Ordinary people had to queue up to auction with them. The Shiji 6 immortals all had connecting Heaven Realm 2 cultivation and had traveled extensively for countless years. They had quite a bit of prestige. In less than half a day, they found an auction house. Shiji 5th came to invite Zhou Xuanji. The two of them quickly came to this auction house. The person who received them was an elder wearing exquisite robes and a hoodie. He gave a warm smile and walked up and cupped his fists as he said, "Senior, you can call me Old Willow. How many treasures are you preparing to sell? Can you take them out to have a look, so we can discuss the starting price?" The auction houses also wanted to sell their items, but if the price was too high, no one would bid. In the cultivation world, very few people would forcefully bid for something just to show off. Everyone was after the word profit. Zhou Xuanji walked to a long table and waved his right hand, and treasures appeared one after another. There were spirit stones, enchanted treasures, flowers, fruits, spirit water, scrolls, etc. There were 72 in total. These treasures were just the tip of the iceberg in the supreme storage, but it was enough for this auction house. Old Willow's eyes widened, and he instinctively went up, his body trembling. "So many, we can open a special auction. No, we've struck it rich. My heavens!" Old Willow was so excited that he began to speak incoherently. He could sense the boundless spirit chi contained within each treasure. The Shiji 6 immortals all looked quite pleased, while Zhou Xuanji was quite calm. Old Willow's attitude towards Zhou Xuanji became even more respectful. He started to appraise the items one by one. Zhou Xuanji did not make things difficult for him, and nodded in agreement to most of them. The Shiji 6 immortals would occasionally speak, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Finally, Old Willow said seriously, "I will advertise for a few days before opening a special auction for you. We will only take 10% of the profits from the starting price. How about that?" He was very sincere and not greedy, because he knew that he would definitely make a lot of money from this auction. The most important thing was Zhou Xuanji himself. To have so many treasures, and to have the Shiji 6 immortals work for him. He was definitely not simple, and was worth roping in. Chapter 584. After walking out of the auction house, Zhou Xuanji planned to walk around alone. As for the Shiji 6 immortals, they went to contact other auction houses. Zhou Xuanji planned to auction the treasures separately. He had already handed the treasures to the Shiji 6 immortals. He trusted them, and was not worried that they would run away with the treasures. He wandered around the True Spirit City, without any destination in mind. Not long after, he met Chiyu Boy. This guy began to set up a stall again. His voice was extremely loud, and he bragged about low-quality goods in an attempt to cheat people. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. He did not disturb him. He was observing the True Spirit City's situation. He wanted to build a city like this in the future, so that the disciples of Emperor Sword Court could be self-sufficient and live in peace. At the same time, he could establish connections with the Great Thousand World. He walked slowly among the crowd. Suddenly, someone bumped into his shoulder. He frowned slightly and glanced over. With his cultivation, how could he be bumped by someone? Just now, he instinctively dodged, but the other party bumped into him accurately. It was a long-haired man dressed in black. His hair was disheveled and his back looked bleak. He looked back at Zhou Xuanji with his peripheral vision. That I actually had a double pupil. Their eyes met, and the two stopped at the same time. This guy, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He could not see through this person. The man in black gave a meaningful smile before continuing to walk away. "Pa!" Zhou Xuanji stretched out his hand and pressed on his shoulder. "Do we know each other?" The man in black did not look back and said, "Zhou Xuanji, you do not have much time left. The fate that was predestined from the beginning is coming. I hope you have the ability to bear it." After that, he turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated. The strangest thing was that none of the living beings that were passing by noticed this. Zhou Xuanji looked out of place. He frowned deeply and mumbled, "The fate that was predestined from the beginning? How strange." Could it be that he encountered a lunatic? He turned around and continued walking, but the man in black was still in his mind. This person's cultivation was unfathomable. What was his motive? Could it be someone from the great Emperor Dao court? Was the great Emperor Dao court so powerful that they placed their subordinates in the heaven fiend realm? Or were they sent by Buddha Yongling? He thought about it as he walked. The netherworld. On the bridge of helplessness, Judge Chui and a black shadow stood side by side, looking at the surging yellow spring. Magistrate Chui's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Really?" A cold female voice floated out from the black shadow. "That's right." Magistrate Chui was instantly discouraged, and he became extremely depressed. He smiled bitterly and said, "I paid so much, but it was all for naught." His emotions were complicated. Even he himself could not tell if it was regret or unwillingness. "Judge Chui, the higher-ups think very highly of you. Keep up the good work, and perhaps one day, you will become the king of hell." The black shadow said faintly. His voice was still enough to make people feel numb. Magistrate Chui turned to look at her and asked, "What will he do next?" The black shadow replied, "Karma will destroy him. You just have to wait quietly. If he comes looking for you again, you should know what to do." Magistrate Chui sighed instead of nodding. He looked at the yellow springs and said in a low voice, "What is the meaning of cultivation? Fighting for one's life, isn't it fate?" The shadow didn't reply, instead dissipating on the bridge of helplessness. 7 days later, Zhou Xuanji received the Heaven Fiend pills from the 2 auctions, totaling 86 million Heaven Fiend pills. He was quite satisfied. A Heaven Fiend pill contained quite a lot of spirit chi after all. "Boss, what are we going to do next?" Old Immortal Shiji asked excitedly. They had earned quite a lot too. They had obtained many treasures from Zhou Xuanji and sold them to the auction house. All of them were above the reserve price, which made them so happy that they could not close their mouths. Only Chiyu Boy was unhappy. He did not earn much from his stall. Zhou Xuanji replied, "There will be a fierce battle next. I'm going to save a subordinate." With this, Shiji 6 immortals and Chiyu Boy looked at him in astonishment. A subordinate? Didn't Zhou Xuanji come from another great thousand world? Could someone else have entered the Heaven Fiend realm with him? They suddenly thought of a name, and their expressions changed drastically. The tiger ancestor Qiu Hu. He had only entered the Heaven Fiend realm recently, and the news of the tiger banquet had already spread across the true spirit city. Their hearts beat faster. The tiger ancestor was Zhou Xuanji's subordinate. They were not afraid but excited. Next, they were going to wreak havoc in the true spirit palace. "Hee, I'm going to join the battle too." Chiyu Boy cried out excitedly, and the Shiji 6 immortals also spoke. They had a tacit understanding, and did not mention Qiu Hu. To be able to cultivate to this day, they were naturally very smart. "We'll act when the tiger banquet is about to begin," Zhou Xuanji said. He had been to the true spirit palace before, and it was indeed heavily guarded. To prevent any accidents, they would only act after a while. If they caused chaos, the true spirit palace would be even more difficult to deal with. After the thunderclap, sword leveled up to 9 extreme legendary sword. Each swing of his sword consumed a lot of energy. Even with the Tianxia map to replenish his celestial energy, he had to be wary of enemies who could deal a fatal blow to him in the dark. The reason why he was so worried was mainly because of the man in black that day. The group returned to the inn. In the following period of time, they went their own ways and met again at night, just in case anyone went missing. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed, and the true spirit city became more and more crowded. The stone platform for the tiger banquet had already been built at the north of the city, and all sorts of legends about Qiu Hu spread throughout the city. It was as though he was a rare treasure, and his flesh could allow anyone to become an immortal with just a bite. This day, Zhou Xuanji was eating and drinking at the edge of the inn's 4th floor. From here, he could see the bustling true spirit city. At this moment, someone walked up to him and sat down. He glanced over and saw a lady in palace attire. She had a pretty face and a dignified demeanor. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on him. "Zhou Xuanji, are you ready?" The lady in palace attire asked calmly. Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and asked, "Who are you?" Recently, He had met 6 people who came to him out of nowhere and asked him if he was ready to accept his fate, just like the man in black that he met previously. Each time Zhou Xuanji wanted to capture these people, they would disappear as though they were never there. He understood that he was being targeted. When you become more powerful, you will be closer to your fate. The lady in palace attire said calmly, which made Zhou Xuanji roll his eyes. Lunatics. He suddenly noticed that this lady looked so much like the great Zhou's empress. He squinted his eyes, and the lady's face began to blur. I see. This lady was not real. Could she be created by some divine ability? He fell into deep thought and ignored the lady's muttering. A while later, like the others, the lady in palace attire turned into smoke and disappeared. He took out the ancient god sword with his left hand and placed it on the table to discuss this with the souls. Sovereign Xian sighed and said, "Could it be that you are being targeted by another heavenly saint?" Chapter 585. Sovereign Xian's words made Zhou Xuanji think of the heavenly saint who wanted to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand. Apart from him, the other heavenly saints most likely would not target him. They had even snuck into the Heaven Fiend realm. They had put in a lot of effort. No, it's not the heavenly saint. It should be reincarnation destiny, Dao Lord Xiantian said in a low voice. Dao Master Xiantian said in a solemn tone. Reincarnation destiny. Zhou Xuanji frowned, and the other souls were shocked. What do you mean? Aren't reincarnation and destiny just rules? It's just a vague concept. Do you really think they exist? Don't scare me. If every living being's fate is determined from the start, what's the point of cultivation? Fate is changeable. It's just the current situation that determines the outcome of each decision. Those people were evidently sent to scare him. After the other souls finished speaking, Dao Lord Xiantian gloomily sighed. He continued to speak. I once saw an existence who was banished by destiny. In the end, he was betrayed by all beings and was destroyed by the heavenly law. All beings banished by destiny will have all sorts of illusions appear before their fates arrive. They will warn them to be prepared to accept the judgment of destiny. His words caused the other souls to feel even more shocked. They had not revived yet, and did not want to die with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart, that shouldn't be the case. The heavenly law Jade acknowledged me, and wanted me to become a heavenly saint. Could it be that because he refused to become a heavenly saint, the heavenly law was going to target him? Wasn't the heavenly law supreme, and did not have its own rules? That's not the case. Every living creature has their own fate when they gain consciousness. You were chased away by fate from the very beginning. Originally, you could have become a heavenly saint with your talent, but you rejected it. Perhaps this is also part of fate. You seem to have thought it over carefully, but in reality, it is all part of fate. Dao Lord Xuantian's words caused Zhou Xuanji's frown to deepen. These words made one's hair stand on end. Didn't that mean that no matter what Zhou Xuanji thought, the final decision he made would be the same as his own? He did not know his own fate, and could not deliberately deviate from it. However, he did not believe that cultivators could not escape their own fate. What you said makes a lot of sense. Didn't this kid's fate change when he was young? From then on, his talent reached an unprecedented level. Could it be that he was expelled by fate from that time? Does Xian Daoya have that ability? That's right. This doesn't make sense either. Mother, your words have caused my soul to tremble. Don't you mean that it was fate that caused me to end up like this? The souls started to discuss worriedly, and Zhou Xuanji also started to think deeply. It looked like he had to leave the Heaven Fiend domain as soon as possible. He wanted to return to the Wanshan Great Thousand as soon as possible and make his preparations. After thinking about it, he slowly got up and went to summon the Shiji 6 Immortals and Qiyu Boy. Emperor Sword Court. Amidst the mountains, Zhou Shaoxian and Xiao Jingheng were sparring. The speed of their swords was extremely fast as they fought back and forth. Their swords shone brilliantly. Looking in all directions, he could see many Emperor Sword Court disciples practicing their swords. Zhou Xuanji had only left for a year, which was very short to them. Most of the disciples were still immersed in the lingering sound of the Grand Tao. After sparring for a while, Zhou Xiaoxian stopped. Xiao Jinghong sheathed his sword and said in amazement, Xiaoxian, your talent is really amazing. You might even be able to catch up to our revered teacher. He was not joking. After sparring with Zhou Xiaoxian, he could already feel the pressure. If this went on, it would not be long before Zhou Xiaoxian surpassed him in the way of the sword. He inwardly sighed in amazement at how powerful his revered teacher's bloodline was. Zhou Xiaoxian felt quite pleased with herself. She smiled and said, Of course I was born extraordinary. Xiao Jinghong shook his head and did not refute her. Following this, he turned to leave and prepared to find Meng Tianlang. He wanted to continue sparring with this rival of his and find some comfort in his heart. Zhou Xiaoxian gripped her sword and began to think about what she had been lacking in. Because she had been influenced by what she had seen and heard since she was young, she truly loved swords. She had already created many sword techniques. In the northern wilderness region, they were peerless sword techniques that could dominate a region. Come here. A woman's voice came into Zhou Xiaoxuan's ears, and she instinctively looked up. She saw a woman standing on the clouds. She wore an exquisite long dress, with all sorts of jewels embedded on it. Her long hair was coiled into a golden phoenix jade hairpin, revealing her peerlessly beautiful face. Seeing her, Zhou Xiaoxian felt an indescribable sense of closeness, and immediately flew up. The two women quickly flew above the sea of clouds, away from the ground. Zhou Xiaoxian asked, Who are you? Why are you looking for me? I've seen you before. The woman smiled as she looked at her and said, I have something to tell you. Your father needs your help. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxian frowned. Why would her father need her help? The difference in their cultivations was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. She instinctively became wary and asked in a low voice, Just who are you and what do you want? The woman smiled and said, Don't be nervous. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have come to you so openly. Let me tell you about your father's past. Zhou Xiaoxian looked quite confused and decided to listen to what she had to say. North of the True Spirit City, Zhou Xuanji, the Shiji Six Immortals, and Qiyu Boy walked towards the True Spirit Palace. He took out an concealing grass with his right hand and said, Wait for me here. After that, he consumed the concealing grass and disappeared on the spot. Qiyu Boy looked at the Shiji Six Immortals with wide eyes and asked, What grass is that? The Shiji Six Immortals shook their heads. If they could completely see through Zhou Xuanji, would they still follow him? Senior is so unfathomable. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji quickly came to the dungeon where Qiuhu was. In front of the dungeon, the five ancestors were cultivating. They opened their eyes at the same time. Who? Someone is contacting Qiuhu in secret. Show yourself. Get out. Their thunderous voices reverberated throughout the dungeon. Qiuhu, who was in the dungeon, looked up and his expression changed drastically. Following his gaze, he saw Zhou Xuanji standing in front of the five ancestors. Zhou Xuanji held a sword of light flickering with lightning in his right hand. It was the Thunderclap sword. He had already activated the Nine-Soul Fusion technique. Looking at Qiuhu, he said, It's time to bring you back. Qiuhu gritted his teeth and said, Why are you doing this? The five ancestors got up as well. A terrifying aura exploded out, shaking the dungeon. Even the True Spirit Palace's disciples outside could sense it. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, You stupid tiger, you dare to look down on me. The five ancestors looked grave. They could sense that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. Especially that sword, which made their hairs stand on end. The middle-aged man in the lead raised his right palm and slammed out. A golden Dao character flew out from his palm and quickly expanded. It was 30 meters wide and quickly smashed towards Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 586. Facing the powerful heaven-sealing Dao seal, Zhou Xuanji stabbed the ground in front of him. Clang! Tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded, and countless bolts of lightning intertwined with the golden characters like pythons, tearing the heaven-sealing seal apart with an extremely domineering power. The entire dungeon shook violently. Dust flew everywhere, and gravel slid down. The five ancestors' expressions greatly fell, and they looked at Zhou Xuanji in disbelief. The heaven-sealing Dao seal had been easily broken. Qiuhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, "I'll give you one last chance. Release him or die." The murderous aura caused the temperature in the dungeon to plummet. The true spirit 5 ancestors were furious. How could they let go just like that? They immediately split up, each holding an enchanted artifact and charging toward Zhou Xuanji from different directions like lightning. A violent gale blew toward Zhou Xuanji, and the flames sped along the ground. The golden arrows pierced through the sea of flames and shot toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's black hair danced wildly in the wind. He tilted his body slightly and drew his sword. Sky-dominating divine sword soul. Bang! The dungeon exploded. Lightning flashed, turning the darkness into day. Zhou Xuanji passed through the prison door with a single step and came before Qiuhu. He picked him up and left. When Qiuhu opened his eyes again, he found himself on a grassy plain. Zhou Xuanji passed the Wonder Blood Spirit pill to him and said, "This pill was given to me by an old friend. It can help you recover from your injuries in a few breaths." Hearing this, Qiuhu immediately put the Wonder Blood Spirit pill into his mouth. This pill was given to Zhou Xuanji by Great Emperor Wuwang during the war between the two worlds. At this time, 5 figures with terrifying auras descended, causing green waves to appear on the grassland, and the forest in the distance shook violently. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Seems like you really want to die." These words almost caused the 5 true spirit ancestors to explode. More and more experts from the True Spirit Palace gathered. The previous explosion was so earth-shattering that everyone in the True Spirit City could hear it. Shiji 6 immortals and Chiyuboi quickly came behind Zhou Xuanji and faced the True Spirit Palace together. Zhou Xuanji raised the thunderclap sword, which flashed with lightning. His face looked incredibly grave and stern under the light. He was like a god of death. "This is the thunderclap sword. Prepare to die." Zhou Xuanji's voice sounded throughout the heavens and earth, and the rumbling of heavenly thunder suddenly became louder. He activated the terrifying power of the thunderclap sword. Rumble, thunderclouds gathered and the sky changed color. The 5 ancestors quickly spread out, surrounding Zhou Xuanji and the others, and they immediately got into a formation. A pentagonal golden pillar of light rose up, trapping Zhou Xuanji and the others within. Qiuhu, who had just recovered from his injuries, gritted his teeth and said, "They want to use the heaven-sealing Dao seal again. Can you crack it?" Zhou Xuanji saved him, and this gave him a glimmer of hope. "This kid has become stronger again." Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stabbed toward the sky. A beam of light followed the thunderclap sword and soared into the sky, breaking through the rolling thunder clouds. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of lightning rained down from the heavens, bombarding everything within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. Boom, 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 mountains were smashed into smithereens. The grasslands and forests were scorched black and razed to the ground. Countless disciples of the True Spirit Palace were killed in both body and soul, and miserable screams could be heard continuously. The expressions of the 5 True Spirit ancestors changed drastically, and they all tried to dodge the lightning. However, the lightning was too dense, and one of them was instantly turned into ashes. In less than a breath's time, the 5 ancestors had been completely annihilated. One of the ancestors wanted to escape underground, but he could not dodge the terrifying lightning. In the eyes of Qiuhu, the Shiji 6 immortals and Chiyuboi, they felt heavenly might descend, and everything around them turned into nothingness. They were dumbfounded and felt their scalps go numb. What kind of power was this? Even Chiyuboi, who had seen the might of the thunderclap sword on the Heaven Fiend Star Island, could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. It was too terrifying. Facing such power, who would not be afraid? Zhou Xuanji slashed out with his sword and slashed out a crack, bringing everyone into the void. The spatial crack also disappeared. They quickly escaped. In the darkness, they followed the thunderclap sword's lightning. Chiyuboi sighed in amazement. So domineering. He was completely convinced by Zhou Xuanji. He was even more powerful than his master. Qiuhu was incredibly excited and asked, "Master, how did you suddenly become so powerful?" Zhou Xuanji gave a mysterious smile and said, "I've always been this powerful." In that battle, he had also used world internalization, and the magic energy in his body almost caused his body to explode. He had to find a place to hide and prepare to break through. Inside the Heavenly Saint Palace, Buddha Yongling frowned and looked at the black shadow in front of him. Really? He asked. The black shadow was burning like a raging flame. Its body twisted, and its face could not be seen clearly. Yes, it replied with a hoarse voice. It's all thanks to your heavenly law jade that his destiny was accelerated. Buddha Yongling fell into deep thought. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be someone banished by destiny. He could not help but think of the last person who had such a destiny. No wonder he wanted to become an overlord saint. It's all part of heaven's will. Buddha Yongling sighed. His heart became heavy. So what if he was a heavenly saint? He could not defeat heaven's will. He looked at the black shadow and asked, "What do you need me to do?" The black shadow said, "Warn old ancestor Hongsher not to help Zhou Xuanji anymore, or else his position as a saint will be in danger." Buddha Yongling frowned and asked further, "Why don't you go yourself?" Old ancestor Hongsher had a fiery temper, and he did not want to be scolded. "This is to accumulate merit for you." The black shadow disappeared from the palace. Buddha Yongling heard him, and his face turned extremely unsightly. In the void, Zhou Xuanji broke through to connecting heaven level 2, and his cultivation was still growing. Xiaohu Shiji 6 immortals, Qiyu Boy, demon god Tianwu, and demon god Jihuang were waiting around him. They were cultivating too. The void was silent. In the end, Zhou Xuanji did not break through to all 3 levels of connecting heaven, but he was very close to it. After the breakthrough, they continued on their journey toward Wanshan Great Thousand. Soon, they came out from the dark void and came to the vast starry sky. Xiaohu pointed in a direction and said, "Wanshan Great Thousand is over there." The group immediately flew toward that direction. For some reason, Zhou Xuanji felt uneasy. He felt that something big was about to happen. He turned to Xiaohu and asked, "Do you know what being banished by destiny means?" Xiaohu was a little stunned. He replied with a frown. A long time ago, an incredibly powerful being was banished by destiny. He was the only overlord saint since ancient times. All the heavenly saints combined could not defeat him. In the end, driven by destiny, he was dealt with by the fate of all beings, and was destroyed by the heavenly law. Zhou Xuanji was stunned and asked, "What do you mean? Driven by destiny? Could it be that destiny could control all beings?" Xiaohu said hesitantly, "I don't know the specifics. I don't remember that catastrophe clearly. It might be the doing of the heavenly law." Memory wiping. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of this. After the war between 2 worlds, the heavenly saints would also wipe the memories of the victors. Could it be from the heavenly law? Chapter 587. Xiaohu's words sent Zhou Xuanji into countless fantasies. He even imagined the scene of all beings being manipulated by fate to deal with him together. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. He was not afraid of becoming enemies with all living beings, but he was afraid that the people around him would also be controlled. Zhou Xuanji fell into silence and began to think of a solution. The Shiji 6 immortals and Qiyu Boy were very curious about what Xiaohu had said and started to ask. They continued on their way towards Wanshan Great Thousand. After a long while a powerful aura came from ahead, which brought Zhou Xuanji's thoughts back to reality. He narrowed his eyes and muttered, "Here it comes again." He thought that it was the phantom of fate from before, that had come to advise him to accept his fate. But that was not the case. It was Gu Tianxia. He also noticed Zhou Xuanji and the others, and instinctively wanted to avoid them. However, his gaze suddenly fell on Zhou Xuanji, and his expression changed as he flew towards Zhou Xuanji. "Stop!" Qiyu Boy shouted. His voice was overbearing, and he did not put Gu Tianxia in his eyes at all. Zhou Xuanji took a closer look, and felt that this person was very familiar. Wait a minute! Wasn't this Gu Tianxia? Not only did he grow a pair of eyes, but he also became younger. He said, "It's okay, I know him." He was shocked when he found out that Gu Tianxia had been resurrected, and even suppressed the 3 prodigies of the Abyss Pearl mainland. It seemed like this guy was really talented. He looked carefully and found that this guy's cultivation had already reached the 7th level of the universe heaven realm. TSK, he broke through really quickly. Gu Tianxia flew up to Zhou Xuanji and smiled. Long time no see. He sized up Zhou Xuanji with a strange look in his eyes. He actually couldn't see through this kid's cultivation. Incredible. No wonder the old beggar praised him so much. Where are you going? Zhou Xuanji asked. He did not know that Gu Tianxia had already become his junior brother. Gu Tianxia replied, I'm looking for a fortuitous encounter and preparing to head into the depths of the void. You want to return to Wanshan Great Thousand? I advise you to be careful. Heavenly Lord Xiantai, who wanted to destroy the Wanshan Great Thousand, has already come out of seclusion. It won't be long before he attacks the Wanshan Great Thousand again. Heavenly Master Xiantai, Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that something was off. Why did Emperor Xiantai suddenly come out of seclusion at this critical juncture? Could it be that he was being manipulated by fate and was prepared to deal with him? Gu Tianxia could tell that Ning Ke was worried. He said meaningfully, sometimes you can give up some things. No matter how strong a cultivator is, he can't be completely safe. After that, Gu Tianxia flew past Zhou Xuanji and quickly disappeared into the starry sky. Zhou Xuanji understood what he meant, but did not take it to heart. The group continued forward. Who is that kid? I feel that there's an extremely terrifying power hidden within his body. Qiuhu asked out of curiosity, and the Shiji 6 immortals also looked at Zhou Xuanji in confusion. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, Gu Tianxia, an extremely talented genius. Everyone was shocked. For Zhou Xuanji to call him extremely talented, he was definitely not simple. After returning to the Wanshan Great Thousand, Zhou Xuanji and the others quickly went to where Emperor Sword Court was. Emperor Sword Court was still safe and sound. Zhou Xuanji let out Jiang Shui and Daoya Old Man, and he gathered the higher-ups of Emperor Sword Court together. He first introduced the Shiji 6 immortals and Qiyu Boy. Upon learning that the Shiji 6 immortals were all strong practitioners in the reaching heaven state, the crowd was astonished. Following this, Zhou Xuanji began to give out heaven fiend pills. Apart from Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Tsongjian, and the other 20 million disciples each received a heaven fiend pill. Everyone curiously asked where he was going. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them about what had happened during this period of time. Along the way, he would have the Shiji 6 immortals, Qiyu Boy, and Qiuhu interject. Hearing this, everyone continuously gasped. They had never thought that while they had been peacefully training, Zhou Xuanji had experienced so many things. Zhou Xuanji also told them about how he had been banished by destiny, causing everyone to fall silent. Even Qiuhu, the Shiji 6 immortals, and Qiyu Boy looked at him in shock. No wonder he had asked about this before. How could it be like this? Could it be that I did not change destiny well back then? Daoya Old Man's expression was unsightly as he said with gritted teeth. Jiang Shui held Zhou Xuanji's hand, her eyes filled with worry, but she did not say anything. Beixiao Wangjian scratched his head and asked, Is there no other way to escape this destiny? Under the heavenly law, most creatures believed in destiny. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He had not thought of any other way. In other words, we might be controlled by destiny to deal with you? Huang Lianxin asked carefully. As soon as she said that, everyone's expressions changed. They could not help but shudder at the thought of that possibility. The most horrifying thing was that after this, they might not remember this, and might even forget about Zhou Xuanji. If not for Zhou Xuanji, how could they have come this far? Hearing this, Jiang Shui became even more nervous. She suddenly remembered that Zhou Xuanji had told her how to never forget him. She did not dare to imagine what would happen if she forgot Zhou Xuanji. There's no need to be too nervous. According to the Lord, there's still some time before the punishment of destiny. The stronger he is, the closer he will be to being banished by destiny. We still have time to think of a countermeasure, Qiuhu said, comforting everyone. He thought of the old immortal, and was about to ask him. Zhou Xuanji also spoke, telling everyone to calm down, and continue to develop Emperor Sword Court. Everyone could only give up, but their hearts were shrouded in a layer of shadow. After the meeting was dismissed, Zhou Xuanji saw that Zhou Xiaoxian had not left yet. The girl's head was lowered and looked depressed. No one knew what she was thinking about. He walked over, caressed her head, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Zhou Xiaoxian looked up with tearful eyes and said, "There was someone who came to find me before. She wanted me to tell you to be prepared to accept your fate. She wanted me to advise you to leave the area of the heavenly Tao and flee into the void. Only then would you be able to avoid the calamity." Zhou Xuanji frowned and asked curiously, "Who is she? Why are they looking for you?" Jiang Shui walked over and asked, "How long ago?" Daoya old man pinched his fingers and divined. Then he coughed up blood. The Shiji 6 immortals were so shocked that they hurriedly helped him up. "I don't know who she is, just a few days ago." Zhou Xiaoxian shook her head. She raised her right hand, and a light mirror appeared in her palm. The woman's face was reflected in the mirror. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed into shock. Jiang Shui frowned and asked, "Do you know her?" For some reason, she felt that this woman looked very similar to Zhou Xuanji at first glance. It was as if they were made from the same mold. Could it be, she is my birth mother? Zhou Xuanji's expression was complicated. He suddenly felt that things were much deeper than he had imagined. Lady Zhaoxian didn't die? Or did his soul not reincarnate after his death? "Xianer," Daoya old man cried out in shock, and ran over immediately. Looking at the light mirror in Zhou Xiaoxuan's palm, his body trembled in disbelief. Zhou Xiaoxian and Jiang Shui looked at each other in shock. Could it be that grandma isn't dead? Zhou Xiaoxian asked in surprise. This meant that this woman had no ill intentions and was really here to help. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 588. First, build a teleportation gate here, and put the other gate into the Lotus World. Zhou Xuanji instructed, and Shiji 6 immortals took action immediately. Although they did not understand the situation, they understood that Zhou Xuanji was in danger and could leave at any time. Building a portal would allow them to keep in touch. Soon, only Zhou Xuanji, Jiang Shui, Zhou Xiaoxian, and Daoya old man were left on the mountain. Zhou Xuanji looked at Daoya old man, who was still in a daze, and sighed faintly. He then told Daoya old man about Xian Daoya. After he finished speaking, Daoya old man collapsed on the ground. His face was pale as though he had lost his soul. "I'm actually a clone," he said with a bitter smile. "I've been fighting against fate all my life. I didn't expect myself to be a chess piece too." A great sorrow took over his heart. It threw him into the abyss instantly. No one would feel good if they knew the truth. Zhou Xiaoxian comforted him. "Grand teacher, don't think so much. At least you are still alive. Isn't that a good thing? You should not even exist. Now that Xian Daoya is so scared by father that he peed in his pants. After father kills him, you will be the original one." Daoya old man's eyes glowed. That made sense. The more it was so, the stronger he had to be. Now that Zhou Xuanji was in a desperate situation, he could not be a burden. He took a deep breath and stood up slowly. "It seems like your fate is related to Xian Daoya. As long as we capture him, there will be a way to break your fate," he said. As for leaving the heavenly law's range, it was extremely dangerous. It was akin to seeking death. Even the heavenly saints did not dare to leave recklessly. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "After the portal is built, I will look for a senior. He might have a way to break it." He asked Jiang Shui and Zhou Xiaoxian to stay behind and take care of Daoya old man. After that, he found Qiu Hu and asked about Xian Daoya's whereabouts. Qiu Hu did not know either, but he was willing to bring Zhou Xuanji to the Great Emperor Dao Court. He knew where the leader of the Great Emperor Dao Court was. Previously, Zhou Xuanji was not powerful enough, so he did not provoke him. But now, he had the 9 extreme legendary sword in his hand. 7 days later, Shiji 6 immortals built the portal. At the same time, they also built another portal in the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. At this point, the Divine Cliff, Emperor Sword Court, and Skyfall were all connected to the 24-ranked Deep Black Lotus. Zhou Xuanji and Qiu, who first went to find the Great Emperor Dao Court. According to Qiu Hu, the Great Emperor Dao Court was closer to them than the old deity. They advanced at full speed, and arrived at the ocean, where the great Emperor Dao Court was in less than half a day. Qiuhu frowned and said, "They have already left." Zhou Xuanji used his divine sense to scan the ocean below, and found that it was unfathomably deep. There was not a single creature within. Although the entire ocean was turbulent, it was lifeless. How sly. I wonder where those fellows ran off to. He understood the great Emperor Dao Court very well. This group of fellows must have some ulterior motive for leaving together. After all, the existences of the great Emperor Dao Court were all extremely prideful. If there was nothing special, they were not even afraid of exposing their whereabouts. No matter how many enemies came, they had a way to kill them. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Then let's go back." The great Emperor Dao Court's departure was most likely not targeted at him. It was most likely because of Heavenly Lord Xiantai. Qiuhu nodded, and the two of them turned and left. Not long after they left, the ocean began to sink at a visible rate. Strands of steam rose into the air. Looking down from above, a gigantic black face gradually appeared in the boundless ocean. That black face looked so hideous and horrifying. 2 days later, Zhou Xuanji and Qiuhu came to the temple. Qiuhu cupped his fist and said, "Senior, we have something to ask." Zhou Xuanji bowed and waited for the old immortal's reply. The temple's gate opened suddenly, and the old immortal and the old beggar walked out side by side. Seeing the old beggar, Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes, "Why are you here?" He sounded a little resentful. He almost thought that the old beggar had forgotten about this disciple of his. The old beggar was a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and laughed. "To ask this guy for help." Zhou Xuanji asked, "Is it for Su Qing?" The old beggar nodded and did not continue. The old immortal looked at Zhou Xuanji with a solemn expression and sighed. "I did not expect you to be someone banished by destiny. This is not good. Even the Overlord Saint cannot defeat the heavenly might and destiny. This situation is almost certain death for you." Qiuhu said with a frown, "Didn't you say that I can escape from the heavenly law's range?" The old immortal shook his head and replied, "He even offended someone who surpassed the heavenly saints. He's waiting for him at the boundary of the heavenly law." Qiuhu fell silent and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a strange gaze. He really wanted to ask, "How did you offend so many enemies?" Zhou Xuanji fell into silence as well. He was not too flustered. He had experienced such a situation of certain death before. But this time the situation was bigger. Hey, think about it carefully. Since you were born, who schemed against you? Other than Xian Daoya, that guy is not worth mentioning. He's not powerful enough to change destiny, the old beggar said. He sounded carefree, but deep in his eyes there was concern. Zhou Xuanji muttered, "Other than my destiny being changed since I was young, I have encountered countless enemies." He suddenly thought of something. His transmigration identity. Ever since he was born, he had memories of his previous life. Most importantly, he had never heard of Earth in the Great Thousand World. Could it be that Earth did not come from the heavenly law? The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. There are only two paths before you. Either you stop cultivating, or you work hard to become more powerful and fight against destiny, the old immortal said as he stroked his long beard. The old immortal said as he stroked his long beard and stared at Zhou Xuanji. He looked unprecedentedly serious. The old beggar threw him a stare and cursed. "Fight against destiny? You can think of that. He will be consigned to eternal damnation." The old immortal asked back, "Then what do you have in mind?" The old beggar fell silent. He really could not think of a way. He even came to ask how to save Su Qing. At this moment, he felt sorrow welling up in his heart. In the end, he could not protect all of his disciples. Mo Jiuqing, Su Qing, and Zhou Xuanji were the same. "Didn't you tell me to find you after I reached Universe Heaven Level 18? Now, I'm connecting Heaven Level 2, Zhou Xuanji asked. Zhou Xuanji asked. Between waiting for death and fighting with his life on the line, he did not hesitate. The old immortal nodded and said, "Summon all of your demon god bodies. I will help you refine your body, and help you step onto the path of pursuing the Overlord Saint." Overlord Saint. The old beggar opened his eyes wide. He suddenly thought of the Overlord Saint in the past. That guy's ending was extremely pitiful. But when he was about to speak, he could not. Looking at Zhou Xuanji's calm and determined expression, he was a little dazed. Are you really ready? He asked with a complicated tone. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 589. Zhou Xuanji looked at the old beggar and shrugged as he said, I've been hearing this so much lately that my ears have grown calluses. Whether I'm prepared or not, I'll have to face it. I'm always prepared for any battle. The old beggar was moved by his eyes and said with a smile, That's right. As my disciple, you can't be a coward. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not reply. Come on, you just kept pouring cold water on me. Qiuhu could not help but complain, his tone filled with disdain. He couldn't stand the sight of the old beggar. In his eyes, the old immortal was more like Zhou Xuanji's teacher. At that moment, Zhou Xuanji took out demon god Tianwu, demon god Nanming, demon ancestor, and demon god Jihuang. The bodies of the 4 demon gods exuded a domineering aura. Their faces were ferocious, and they exuded a boundless baleful aura. The old beggar's expression changed. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to have already obtained 4 demon god clones. Looks like you have a lot of secrets on you. To be able to refine 4 demon gods into doppelgangers, such a method is very rare. The old immortal said intently, while the old beggar was also sizing up Zhou Xuanji. Could it be that this kid had another master? This was the first time Qiu, who had seen him take out 4 demon god bodies at once. The old immortal waved his right hand, and a huge black cauldron appeared in front of him, causing Qiuhu and the old beggar to retreat in shock. Bring your avatar into the cauldron. It will be very painful. Of course, I believe you can endure it. The old immortal chuckled. His serious expression disappeared, and he became kind again. Zhou Xuanji nodded, and brought the 4 demon god clones into the cauldron. Qiuhu sat down on the ground. The old beggar looked at the old deity and said, We have already agreed on what happened before. Don't forget. With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. The old immortal stopped him and asked, You don't care about Zhou Xuanji? He's also your disciple, and he's told me a lot about the interactions between the two of you. I can tell that he respects you a lot. Hearing this, the old beggar trembled and his body stiffened. He sighed and said, I don't have a clone, so I'm really powerless. Moreover, you're here. You're equivalent to his master. With that, he left without hesitation. He had so many disciples, but during critical moments, he could only take care of one. Looking at him leave, Qiuhu curled his lips and harumphed. Didn't he just make master your disciple? He could not understand why the old beggar would abandon Zhou Xuanji. Could there be other disciples more important than Zhou Xuanji? The old immortal shook his head and smiled. He is indeed a good master. He is more suitable than me. The old beggar could communicate with his disciple with his true feelings, but he couldn't. In his eyes, everyone was equal, including Zhou Xuanji. He only felt that Zhou Xuanji had the potential to go to the Kunlun origin court. Qiuhu glanced at the old immortal and muttered, You don't mean it. Why did the old immortal not treat him as well as Zhou Xuanji? Zhou Xuanji and the 4 demon gods came to a place with many volcanoes. Thunderclouds covered the sky and torrential rain poured down. However, it was unable to extinguish the raging flames in the surroundings. The rain fell into the streams of lava and gave rise to bursts of charred smoke. Zhou Xuanji and the demon god's bodies were hit by the rain, and he muttered, This is the world within the cauldron? He subconsciously looked at the intersecting magma rivers beside him. Could it be that he was going to use them to temper his body? At this moment his expression changed. The rain became scalding hot. Even his powerful body turned red from the impact. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been melted instantly. He did not use his celestial energy to protect his body, but accepted the rain calmly. Since it was body tempering, how could he resist? The 4 demon gods' bodies did not move, and accepted the rain quietly. Zhou Xuanji, fighting against destiny, and the heavenly law is a path of no return for you. You will suffer unimaginable pain, and you might even face eternal loneliness. Remember, the more pain you can endure, the more power you will gain. The old immortal's voice resounded across the heavens and earth. It was majestic and indifferent, like the might of the heavens. Zhou Xuanji did not reply, but engraved the old immortal's words in his heart. His black hair was drenched by the scalding rain. He sat down with his legs crossed and channeled the world Buddha art. The old immortal began to chant the great Tao's voice. The rain grew hotter. In a short while, Zhou Xuanji was covered in blood, and the 4 demon gods' bodies began to tear. Even with the great Tao's voice by his ears, Zhou Xuanji was still tortured by the extreme pain. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Outside the black cauldron, the old immortal sat on the door sill and sighed faintly. He had once planned a perfect path for Zhou Xuanji's development. It was a pity that he did not divine Zhou Xuanji's fate. "Senior, what are the chances of him defeating destiny?" Qiuhu asked from the side. The old immortal was silent for a while before replying. "If it were anyone else, there would be no chance. But if it's him, the chances are minuscule." Qiuhu was stunned and asked in astonishment, "Why?" Minuscule sounded hopeless, but it represented a glimmer of hope. "Because I believe in him." The old immortal smiled as he reminisced. He began to recall the time he spent with Zhou Xuanji. In the vast starry sky, old ancestor Hongshi and heavenly lord Xiantai stood opposite each other. Their faces were cold. "The enemy is just outside, and you still want to fight among yourselves?" Old ancestor Hongshi asked with a deep voice. His tone was filled with rage. Heavenly Lord Xiantai replied indifferently, "I'm not satisfied until I destroy Wanshan Great Thousand. If you want to stop me, then I will remove your heavenly saint title. With one less heavenly saint, we will be stronger." Just when he finished speaking, a black hole appeared behind him, and a black silhouette stepped out slowly. That person looked exactly like Heavenly Lord Xiantai, but his body was pitch black like a shadow. Old ancestor Hongshi's expression changed drastically. "You are using that power," he cried out in shock. "Are you crazy?" Heavenly Lord Xiantai laughed maniacally. "Hongshi, can't you see it clearly? The heavenly law is about to be destroyed. 9 is the limit. Destiny has begun interfering, and everything will return to the cycle of reincarnation. The battle between the heavenly saints is our only chance of survival." After that, the entire starry sky turned into extreme darkness. Countless stars disappeared. Heavenly Venerable Xiantai split into countless clones that surrounded old ancestor Hongshi. The black silhouette grew taller quickly and looked down at old ancestor Hongshi. Old ancestor Hongshi took a deep breath. A gigantic red lion head formed above his head and roared furiously in the dark void. A golden beam of light shot out from the darkness at an extremely fast speed. Old ancestor Hongshi glanced over and was pleasantly surprised. The next second his expression changed suddenly. He quickly dodged the golden beam's attack. "Yang Ling, what are you trying to do?" Old ancestor Hongshi roared furiously. His voice was trembling. Buddha Yang Ling came over on his lotus throne, radiating with boundless radiance. He stared at old ancestor Hongshi expressionlessly and said, "Hongshi, you are too willful and reckless. You will die sooner or later. I am here to take your soul and reincarnate you in the next cycle." Old ancestor Hongshi almost exploded in anger. This guy dared to betray him. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.